I think we're live now, though.
You think maybe?
Yeah, I think so. Here we go.
You're
Brought
the
to you
man behind
by-
no curtain here.
Brought to you by the Yeti.
The Yeti.
And no. And Dr. Pepper Cherry Zero.
Ooh.
Yeah. Anyway, hello Bear Dog. How you doing?
I'm going pretty good.
Yeah.
Can't complain. Wouldn't help if I could.
I wonder, have complaints ever helped anybody ever? Like
At times. Depends. When I was involved with the union safety shit, it did at times. But there's different types of complaints. Yeah.
You're a union man.
I was. Not really voluntarily. It's kind of
I think we talked about this before. It was kind of like, if you want this job, you got to be in the union.
Oh yeah, in general, yeah. To work for SEPTA, the transportation company I worked for, yeah, you were one of 4 unions. It might have been 5. Yeah. But yeah, most jobs in Philly with the trades are unionized, or they were. I don't know if they still are. I haven't been up there in a decade. Yeah, but
Yeah.
there's good and bad with it. Yeah.
Did you feel that camaraderie that you were looking for?
Yeah, there was a lot of camaraderie. I mean, it's just the nature of the job. We spent a lot of time together, and we were in stressful situations at times. It's just the nature of the job.
Okay. Well, that's really informative. I'm glad I took the time to ask those questions so you could barely answer them. So.
Oh, I did. I mean, I did. Marty, we and him were pretty close, and we'd edge each other on.
Oh, Marty. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, because
he's
Marty.
He was a good guy, but no.
I don't. Are you under the? Who do you think you're talking to? Did you have a synapse go? Marty, who?
Marty Kaminsky. He was a guy I worked with. He was another class.
Yes, I understand. But when you say, Marty and I were good friends, it's like you brought it up like it was like I know who you were talking about. I mean, like,
yeah.
Oh,
I've
Marty.
mentioned him a few times before. He passed away. He was a good guy. I also mentioned Cleek a couple times. He passed away. You choose to remember things. Right? You're like a woman. Selective hearing.
Yeah, but I mean, you have to say Marty. That doesn't tell me anything. I'm just what.
I told you, Marty was a guy I worked with. We had pretty good camaraderie. We were always doing practical jokes on each other and shit like that. Yeah. You asked about camaraderie at the job. I was telling you. Then he cut me off because you don't know who Marty is after I was trying to explain who he was.
Because you don't that, you know what? So I don't know. You follow any of this OGL nonsense at all? Do you even care about the whole?
About me?
No, any of you?
I've heard of it.
Mr.
I just
Alden.
don't know anything about it. I'm ignorant of what it was and what the news was. I knew it existed.
You don't watch my video? You didn't watch my video about it?
Oh, I didn't watch your video. Did you post it? Where'd you post it?
On my old Undead Viking Videos YouTube channel.
Yeah. I need to start. So I have a second YouTube account that's purely electronic music and electronic music production. So
no distractions.
I don't mix up the board games and the music stuff,
Good for you, Scott.
I mean, and I haven't looked on my board game
I'm the same way.
stuff in a long time. It's been
You're just above it all?
No. God, no. Come on.
He's out of that phase for now. We'll get back.
We had a 10-hour meeting. It wasn't 10 hours. It was more like 8 hours. 8-hour meeting today with a whole company. It was nice. It was nice to get to see everybody and good stuff. Anyway, tell me about the OGL. Give me it in a nutshell.
The nutshell is that
in a nutshell.
Back when you as well as back in when D&D 3.0 third edition came out, they had this revolutionary idea where they said we're gonna make the an open gaming license basically, and told people, hey, if you want to make books for D&D, you can. You don't have
Right.
to.
So
you
they
have the right
could
to do so.
extend their copyright, and they didn't like let anyone lay claim to it, because that's obviously, when you trademark and copyright things, you can't let other people take it.
Yeah, so they basically, long story short, they said anybody can make whatever they want. Go ahead and then they said that
Licensed anything that was derived from it, or did that not?
no, they couldn't. It was just go ahead and this will. And the idea was is that all these other people would make stuff for D&D. It would make D&D more popular because there was going to be all this stuff that was made for D&D.
One might suggest that it has made it more popular.
So now, because and that was the OGL 1.0. Now it's being referred to 1.0 or 1.0A or whatever, depending upon who you talk to. And then they got rid of the guy Ryan Dancy, who was the guy that was the first person who came up with the idea of the OGL. They got rid of him and they brought in a new guy to run WotC or whatever, that is like a video game guy. And then they started saying we need to start monetizing the crap out of D&D. And then they decided, hey, we need to change the OGL to basically say, if you make too much money, we get a cut. If you make more than $750,000, we get a chunk of the cash that you're making, because you're using D&D to make money, so we deserve some. And this is OGL 1.1, and there's all these other things in there that are kind of poison pill-esque.
Has that been released, or is that just people's speculation of it?
Well, no,
It's been leaked, I think, right?
It's been leaked because they went to the big publishers. They went to the big publishers and they said, hey, this is OGL 1.1. You need to sign this if you want to start, because we're going to revoke 1.0. We're going to make it so you can't publish stuff with 1.0 anymore. And you need to sign this, and if you want to keep making stuff for D&D. And pretty much everybody said, no way, this is bullshit. And they said, well, get a lawyer, because we're not going to let you do anything.
Are you talking like realities here, or is this all made up? Like
this is stuff I've heard from very high up.
I understand that people are very like what's the word?
In the know?
No, I'm trying to. My words are not working. I'm out of my gas is ran out of my tank today. I'm tired, but passionate of this.
I'll say this.
D&D,
I'll say this after
a lot of speculation. I suspect.
After I talked to somebody who
no facts. Yeah.
After I talked to somebody who had seen the 1.1.
Okay, just seen it. Yeah.
Seen it, and then I asked if they would have any, and this is not the person that's in the video with me, because there's a guy who lives near me that is a RPG publisher, and he did the video with me. It's not Alan, it's somebody else that I know within the industry that I talked to about it. And I asked if they were okay with sharing it with me, and they said yeah, sure. And so then they shared the document with me, and I looked it over. I mean, I didn't read all of it because I wasn't gonna go through it, but I mean,
it's a legal document.
Oh yeah, it's a huge legal document. Yeah, legally, a lot of stuff that it's above my head. But I mean, it's in my opinion, it's very like I said, it's very poison pill-esque. It's very, and I think,
okay.
and if you watch my video, if you got 30 minutes to watch it with
Alan, I'll go watch it. I'm ignorant in this thing, so
yeah. The big thing is that they're like, go ahead and use it. We don't need any money unless you make more than 750 grand, right? Which, whatever. How easy is that to make?
I see. So if something breaks a barrier, then they lay claim to some kind of royalty agreement.
But here's the two things. One, if you make more than $50,000 off of D&D stuff that you make, you have to report it to WotC. You have to basically open your books and say, this is how much I made. And you have to tell them what you're publishing. And part of the 1.1, part of the 1.1 is that they can change it at any time and give you 30 days notice. Okay. So it's like one of those things where it's like, oh, well, there's a lot of you that are making.
There's a lot of weird things there.
There's a lot of you that are making $300,000.
Sounds some lawyer, like might make some lawyers wealthy, or
Yeah.
with the issues that arise from this.
That, and the big thing is that it's like
I
also have
guess
to sign away your rights to the stuff that you make too. Like basically because you
then
made
don't
it
make
for
anything.
D&D.
I mean, I'm not saying don't. I say that very glibly, but like like.
No, that's
I'm with you, Scott.
Like, okay, so don't make a product anymore. I mean,
yeah.
Transition. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of companies out there that have huge amounts of products and in that world, and they're gonna have to deal with that. I think. We're dealing with a $1 billion corporation that's on one end of that thing. I mean, I guess it can be friendly. I would hope they could be friendly to the creators of a system that basically got built together. I mean, it's a I'm sure there's probably some going to be give and takes on all this stuff. So
yeah, and then the ultimate like.
What about didn't the Star Wars?
I was going to say that
game wasn't under OGL. I mean, are they retroactively changing OGL like for all the stuff that's already?
They're basically saying that if you made anything under the old OGL, you can't anymore. Like I mean, yeah, it's just.
Did the original OGL have caveats like that? Like if we can change it any time and you're going to be liable. Whatever.
That's why everybody's like weird because
I'll be curious to see what the first reality of the thing is going to be.
So
if it's in fact true, because this is all speculation now.
Yeah, it's all speculation.
We love that in the board game industry.
I know that's awesome. I mean, I guess a lot of gnashing of teeth and gritting of things.
I don't see this any different than like any other, like Disney, I'm sure would do this if somebody was starting to make too much money off of
100%.
Any of their,
but they would never have let that get into it. I mean, they fight that thing handed to and.
Oh yeah.
Well, and here's the deal. It's weird because
to the bitter end of trying to keep their licenses to themselves.
One of the word usages for the thing was that it is irrevocable. Like that was one of the things that it's irrevocable. But in legalese, that means it's revocable. Like it's like so.
Yeah, it's inflammable. It's inflammable. Well, inflammable means flammable.
Yeah, so like
inflamed.
So when you mark if you mark something down as irrevocable, that means that it can be revoked. That is actually like one of the arguments that they're saying is that we can revoke this because we said it was irrevocable, but now we can revoke it.
Yeah, that's legalese shit. That's
like you said, it sounds like a way for a lot of lawyers to make a lot of money.
Yeah.
Well.
And unfortunately, that's the way we.
I think if I was in a game company right now with that kind of stuff, I would just like try to figure out a way out of it.
Well, yeah, like there's a lot of the big publishers, a lot of like I can't even think. Like they're just basically like we're gonna make our own game system. Yeah, because here's the deal.
And they tried this before. I mean,
well, yeah, but here's the funky thing with that is that it's like, you can go off and make your own game system, and any D&D grognard or whatever worth their salt is going to be able to fairly easily transmogrify something for another system over to convert it over. Yeah, and there's nothing they can do to stop you from doing that.
I don't think you're their target though.
It's interesting that they would go that far. I don't know. I mean, I guess.
So here's
well, whatever. Like, I mean, speculation is you can't come up with anything like I mean, you can't till anything's real. Like,
yeah. So though, here's the one of the things that like, and this is my nutball, like my weird like I'm too old to care cranky mindset when it comes to this stuff. Is that so you have, and I'm not saying I like this, but it's one of those things where that's just the way it is kind of thing, where if you have somebody that is like, hey, go ahead, we have this thing and we own this thing, and if you want to make things for this thing and make money off it, go ahead, and then you do that for like decades, and then that person eventually says, you know what, I'm kind of tired of not making any money off of that stuff that you're making for my thing, that you couldn't possibly be making money off of my thing if it wasn't for me having that thing in the first place. So I think you should start paying me money now. Is like, I guess I can understand it. It might be a dick thing to do, but
Ask Shane how he feels about this. If one of his games were up for this, like this situation.
Well, I mean,
You know, I mean,
it's like I mean, and like I don't know how to, but it would be like, and not that anybody would ever do this. It would be like if, like, let's say Marvel, you know, or DC Comics wasn't doing well, and they were just like, well, we want people to be more excited about Batman. So if anybody wants to come out with a comic book about Batman, you can go ahead and do that. And they and people did it for like 5 years, and then they made money off of it. And then they're like, you know what, Batman's popular again. We want to go ahead. You can still make stuff about Batman, but we want our cut now. You know, it'd be kind of like people would be like, well, that was kind of a jerk thing to do, but you'd also be able to, but well, I guess they own Batman. I mean, I guess they can go ahead and ask for the money. Now, I mean, you can argue that the contract or whatever with the open gaming license that they put together doesn't allow them to do that. But I guess maybe I'm crazy, in which I just don't see, like, I mean, again, I'm not a lawyer. I don't understand contracts. I don't know. But I mean, it would just seem like one of those things where it's like, if you put the contract out there for somebody, I mean, I just find it weird that, like, if you created it and you said, hey, this is why, I find it weird that WotC would not have the ability to just say, okay, well, we're going to cancel that contract. I guess I find it odd that they would not have the ability to say, yeah, we're not going to do it. And we can scream to we're blue in the face and say, well, that's a real dick thing to do. But it's kind of like, yeah, but I mean, yeah, and we can argue about that, you know, till the cows come home, about whether or not it's a jerk thing to do. But you know, it's just what they can do, right? I don't know. I mean,
How long has this OGL been around?
30 years, 20 years, something like that.
30 years?
I don't know. Yeah.
Wow. Well, I mean, you know, it's ancient history, right? I mean, it is old. Like, I think
Well,
things change, right? I mean, it probably needs an update in some way, because you know.
Well, and the other thing that makes
I feel like that's fair.
Yeah. They got a movie coming out soon, and you know, they just want to make money off it.
I bet there's going to come something to make everybody happy. I bet it will be revised.
And maybe they won't. I mean, maybe they'll
they
back
won't,
off.
and everybody will just move on, and then
Nobody will give a fuck.
They can
Garage guards want to bitch about something.
do all the things themselves and get all the money.
And they can back off about it. But I mean, the thing is that it's like, and admittedly, I did a video with this guy Alan that I know, who's a publisher, just because I wanted to be able to say what I thought about it. But I'm also just sick and tired of hearing about it at this time. All these people that are like, you know, stomping their feet and saying, oh, I'm never going to buy another D&D product. And it's like, that's fine. But they don't care about you. They don't care that you aren't going to buy another D&D product.
It's a new generation. I mean,
yeah,
I've heard there's going to be some kind of interesting, I mean, I've only really heard, this is from a friend who said the old people will be mad, but the new people won't.
They won't care.
This is
they won't care.
They won't
these properties
care.
Outlive us all.
They will just
most of them probably don't even know the
backstory. People are totally fine with buying skins in games. That is part of the world now.
Yeah,
and that is that what do you call it? That monetization of those games is here to stay.
Yeah. I mean,
and 100% totally fine, because people are, I mean, it wouldn't do it if nobody bought it, but people buy it.
Well, and that's the thing too, is like, I mean, and I see people say this in our comments right now when we're talking about this. They're like, oh, I just don't think, you know, WotC really considered this. Bullshit. I mean, you honestly think that they didn't sit down in multiple
$1 billion
meetings,
company with many
like with
money all day long, didn't think about these things?
Didn't sit down, and everybody sit down and discuss with lawyers, with everybody. It wasn't one guy who came in, you know, eating a pear, just say, you know what? I think we should just get rid of the open gaming license.
What's that?
You know, and then just
what? Oh, it's totally like Twilight Zone. The little kid comes in and is like, you know what? I'd like to have pie.
No, I just
or whatever. What did he say? I'd like to have an egg, or what wasn't that?
You know, I know what you're talking about. Maybe this isn't something that they were just like, you know, they purposely got rid of they purposely brought in a CEO that was going to focus upon using, like, basically video game monetization mentality.
Well, here's the thing: who bought the products in D&D, right?
Well, they say The players don't buy them, right?
Players don't buy things. They
Players,
buy, yeah,
they-
so they want to monetize the player base, right? I think that is
like
fair.
I mean,
Yeah.
I have my friend who's owned a game store now for like 30 some years, and I talked to him about it, and he said, I can't sell D&D books to save my life. He's like, it's the same guys that come in, and he said guys, and he said, yes, there's a few women that come in, but it's mostly guys. It's the same guys that come in and they buy the new books because they're the dungeon masters and they buy the new thing. He's like, what I make the most money off of, he said, are miniatures, dice
Yeah.
bags.
Players buy dice.
Yeah, just like
Yeah.
anything that's like a paraphernalia that has, like he said, that's what I make my money off of. And it's like, yeah, I get 20, 30 copies of the new D&D book when it comes out. But he's like, and he said all of these, he goes, and yeah, I do sell some third party publisher games and books and stuff like that, but not nearly the same number. He's like, I mean, those are just special orders. Somebody comes in and says, yeah, I want the Dungeon Crawl Classics book.
I
X.
mean,
and sure, whatever
I-
he orders it,
I hate to
has it
say
in
it,
2 days and sells it.
but I think this will be also good for stores.
It may be, yeah.
Because like you said, stores are not gonna
Bringing
be
in a new
selling-
crowd.
They're not going to be selling to the DMs anymore. They'll be just selling to everybody because that
Well,
new system.
So
apparently
the
it's all-
argument
I mean, I don't know,
there,
is it all digital?
well, I mean, it's gonna be digital, but I mean, the argument is that it's quite likely that and this is what I've heard, and nobody knows what. I mean, this is just either heard it from a friend, or heard it from a friend, or
I heard it from a friend who
heard it from a friend who but they're like a lot of the stuff that's kind of they almost want to cut the games. They want people buying their stuff directly from them, right? It's just like make it so it's easy to buy. And right now, even I mean, all of the game store owners that I know, they even say themselves, I can't, it's like it's tough to sell a D&D book when Amazon Prime will sell it for less than I do it.
30% off, yeah,
and
on
people
day
can-
one.
and
Yeah.
people can have it, within
On
a few
day of
days.
release too, it'll show up.
Yeah.
It's a tough world.
It's so
You have to sell dice and all that other shite.
and and they I mean, and they've even he started having
Did you go Scottish?
He started having they have D&D nights at the one guy's store. They have them, and he's asked me a few times if I was willing to be like a professional DM for him and just be there to run the game and and make some money or whatever, or get some store credit. And I'm like, fuck no. I said, and he's like, why not? I was like, I don't want to deal with 6 randos that I don't know. That you always.
I don't understand you with this argument. You're worried this shit's got away, but you don't want to invite people into it.
I mean, I know when I run games, it's like I run games for the people that I've known for all my life. Every time that I've run a game at a convention or played in a game at a convention, and you're just kind of dropped into a setting with a bunch of people that you don't know, it's like there's always something that makes it tough. Right. It's like when I've gone to other people that have invited me to be, hey, you want to come over and play D&D? This is when I had worked with people and they're like, hey, come on over and we can play D&D. And I would go over there. Like I would like within an hour, I'd be texting my wife. And I was like, can you please call me in like a half an hour and say the dog ran away or something, just because, oh, sorry, got to go. I'm so sorry. It's just because it doesn't fit.
You
right?
have Minnesota nice.
Yeah, it's not that, and again, it's just there's certain ways of, and that's another thing too, is that like everybody wants to play the game, nobody wants to run the game. So like if you go into major metropolitan areas, like where people are really into Dungeons and Dragons, they're having problems, they're having difficulty finding DMs to run games. That's why they're making good wages to just sit and run a game. But then of course that's a whole another bag of worms too, where it's like I can't even imagine if you're like being paid $20 an hour to run a Dungeons and Dragons adventure, and the people at the table are all of a sudden like, well, why am I not winning? I'm paying you money. Why am I not winning? Why didn't the dragon die? They should die. You know, you'd just be like, oh, shoot me in the face. You know, just yeah.
I don't live in your world, Lance. It's just way too negative. It's just, really.
I mean, it's just you know. So here's my prognostication. If you want to write down prognostication, there, Scott, like you do it from time to time. Is that my opinion is that they will put.
I'm going through my Microsoft account reset because I ran out of codes yesterday and it shut me out. Anyway,
I don't know what you're talking about. No, but OGL.
Son of a bitch. Did we lose him?
All right, I'm still here.
I think we lost Lance.
Oh no,
It's not a very good look for him either.
it's okay. I've seen worse.
Yeah, it's true.
Power went out, maybe.
Maybe, I don't know.
So yeah, I was trying to do a PowerPoint yesterday, and I had to log in my Microsoft account. So I was like, I haven't logged in my Microsoft account in like a year. So I log in. I don't use Hotmail or anything like that. So I log in. I'm like, oh, it needs your authenticator. I'm like, oh yeah, shit, I forgot about the authenticator. Just 2-step thing, right?
Yeah.
So I log into my authenticator, which was also not up to date and turned off. So I had to reset that. And then at the end of the day, it said, you've asked for too many codes today. Try again tomorrow. I'm like,
oh, they timed you out.
the
Yeah.
fuck? I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow, that is a load of horse shit. If I had to do some real work, I mean, you know, why would I think I would have to do any work with Microsoft? I mean, it's not like I really use their products, but I do. Horrible. I could not believe it. I was so mad. I was like, gotta be shitting me. They are the ones that required me to enter 2 codes. We have 2-step authentication. Said, oh, you have 2-step authentication. We need to send you another code in a different email. I'm like, okay, send. Oh, you sent too many codes. What? I can't believe it. Oh my god, it's so annoying.
Yeah, nothing's easy anymore.
What are you up to, dude? What have you been up to?
Not much. Yeah, not much. Just chilled. Trying to get back into my schedule.
Working on any projects? Any woodworking? Any
Not yet. I'm in the middle of redesigning the kitchen. I'll build the cabinets later. I was waiting for plywood to come down a little bit more.
Dropping. I heard the prices of shipping containers is dropping now too, so maybe we're on a downwards slope.
Wood's a little different, but maybe.
Live, by the way, curious if are we still live? It says live on YouTube, so maybe we are.
I'm pretty sure we are. We just lost Lance. Yeah. Lumber's a little different. They're most of it's local or within the United States, except for Baltic birch. So they're like probably a year behind normal stuff, because of the harvesting and all that. So that had a lot with the COVID shutting down, and it went up because of the spike again, back and forth with that. But it seems like it's coming down now. The hardwood plywood, not the the pine stuff that you normally see. So
Saying that's a message.
I'm just waiting on Jen to decide color, so I know what kind of wood this.
Where do you buy the wood from?
There's a hardwood dealer about a half hour from me. That's all they're specific on that, like cabinet grade plywood, which just would be,
right.
And then like hardwood itself and planks. It's up in Oxford, PA, New London, PA, up there. It's only like I said, about a half hour. I'm like 15 minutes from 3 states, in either direction.
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, it is. But, we have.
Yeah, his power went out.
Oh, that sucks.
He's on. I guess it's coming back on. Well, that's cool. I am. We had, like I said, we had our annual. Well, we have. We need to have more meetings. Last year was a weird year for me.
Yeah.
All that health stuff. I didn't feel. I felt a little checked away from the company.
I get you.
You know what I'm saying? A little tricky to manage all that. But this year I feel a lot better. So I want to try to get back to meetings and, I hate meetings. I'm really not a meeting person, but we had to have a meeting. It had been like almost 2 years since we really had an all hands meeting.
Right.
But it was fun to see everybody. I'll post a screenshot.
8 hours though. Wow.
Well, I had scheduled it for 4, and I was like, oh God, how can we possibly fill 8 hours? We filled 8 hours, and it went by very quickly, in my opinion.
Yeah.
We each gave every lead. I mean, the company is almost all leads because we don't have that many employees, but
Right.
everybody, there's a lot of leads in the company. Like I gave a presentation. Daniel gave a presentation for engineering. I gave an overview of the website presentation. Lincoln did media. Beth did the store. Lainey did tabletop.
Okay.
Chad did the advertising system. What else was there? There was something else. I feel like I'm missing something. So it was basically 5 or 6 presentations in a row, and they're all about 20-30 minutes each.
Yeah.
And then that took about 3 hours just to get through the presentations. 4 hours probably.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And then, and it was all interesting to me. I mean, I thought it was all interesting, and everybody else thought it was good. Everybody likes to know whether we don't have a lot of communication internally. Our Slack is pretty quiet. So everybody's sort of compartmentalized. I talk with everybody, but not everybody talks with each other. So
Right.
I think it's nice to have everybody all in the same room.
Yeah.
I mean, Zoom room, I should say.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, and that was earlier this morning, and now I woke up at 8:30, and I'm now kind of wiped out. Long day. But I figured since I missed last week, what was I doing last week? Oh, we were recording. Were we recording? Yeah, we did a 10-hour recording of Arc Nova.
10 hours for game night?
10 hours. Now,
wow.
It was mostly the first.
Who played? I want to know who got suckered into this game.
It's Lincoln, Nikki,
yeah.
and Aaron.
Okay.
That'll come out when it comes out. So if anybody's watching, it's not coming out anytime soon. We had to scrap the whole thing.
Oh, really?
Because we missed a major rule.
Yeah.
Do you know the game?
I haven't played it, no, but I got an idea of. I've seen a couple snippets of
There's
it.
a part of the game where you clear off cubes on your board. They're called zoo markers, I think, is what their terminology is. Preservation markers. The only way to get those off your board is to back projects of preservation or conservation. And it was like 3 hours of warm up, and then we did 6 hours of recording, and then we trashed it in 1 hour of just are we going to come back and do this again? Or we've recorded again. It has been recorded a second time. Well, it was a major problem. So what was happening was, instead of the conservation project cubes being put into play from your board because every time you take one off your board, it gets you more powerful, like you get income or bonuses and stuff. We were doing that incorrectly. We were taking those off to pay for what's called a donation, and that's actually in the rulebook. It says, do not use the cubes on your board. I'm like, well, they should be different, honestly. There are only one type of cubes, or one color, one shape.
Yeah,
they should be different. They are not different. They're the same. So I could see both, and I hadn't played in a while, and Aaron overlooked it. He forgot, and we just missed it. So we were playing completely wrong.
I'm glad you'd have a guest on there.
Luckily, we found it before we finished.
Yeah,
because the last hour would have been. We basically saved ourselves 1 to 2 hours of end game. That game is long. There's no bones about it. People say it's not that long. Bullshit.
Oh no, everything I see was a couple of 3 hours. Yeah.
It's many hours, unless you are lightning fast and you know all the cards, and your turn is already to go when your turn comes around, and you've not been there's a tactical play in the game that can mess you up a little bit, like a timing thing and card draws. I mean, it's basically like a Terraforming Mars type game. So anyway,
my old neighbor Andrew Johnson, who now lives in Twin Cities, is listening. Hi, Andrew. Hey, buddy. I tried calling you. Sorry, I didn't call you at 5. I know you texted me and asked me to give you a call, but I tried calling you, but I fell asleep.
So Paul Tompkins says he can play a 3-hour game or 3-player game in 2 hours. That is amazing. I cannot believe that. Arc Nova.
No.
Our final shot
was
but
5 hours. Would you want to?
6 hours almost.
This guy, I'm curious,
Good game.
how much time's tacked on to a game when you guys film? Like
Oh,
an
it's
hour
like
or two,
easily 2 to 3x.
2 to 3 more? Yeah.
There's a good long explanation of rules and presented in a way. Sometimes we redo.
I do the same thing.
Set. So that's going to be an extra like
Whatever. Plus,
multiplier, and then
yeah.
every turn is spoken out, which in most games, like if Lance is just playing a game, he'll just go done. Like
Yeah.
that, right.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
And that's what normal gaming is for us a lot of times. But in a YouTube show,
you got to explain
doing that and saying done is really boring.
Yeah.
So we don't do that.
So yeah, that was weird. I was just sitting here and all of a sudden my computer just
you flicker.
No, I was sitting here, it wasn't a power outage. All of a sudden my computer just shut off. And I was just like, that's weird. And then I was just like, and
were you in a reboot?
Yeah,
was it a Windows restart thing?
I don't know. I have no idea. And then the thing was that I started it up again, and then it started going again, and then it restarted again. And I was like, that's weird. And so then I got to the screen where you type in your password to get in. I just let it sit there for a few minutes to think about it. You let it think about what it was computer doing. No, I haven't even hooked that one up yet because
oh my gosh.
Yeah, no, this is my old clunky 5-year-old.
So Michelle got a new Mac Pro.
Well, that's your first problem.
Problem.
Died today. Out of the blue, just barely. She hardly ever uses it.
It's
not a Mac Pro. It's I forget what it's called. The all-in-one big, the monitor, and it's all one machine. It's like
yeah.
I don't remember what they're called, but
it just died.
It just died. Yeah. It crashed 3 times. Then we rebooted. I was like, your hard drive has a smart error. S.M.A.R. That error.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't reboot. It wouldn't install the OS upgrade. So we're like, fuck.
Me and Jen were talking about that the other. Like most computers don't come with a CD player anymore, and we don't have a DVD player either. And she was saying she wanted to watch something, but it's on DVD.
Yeah, that's media's dead, dude. It's all digital delivery content. You don't own anything anymore when you buy stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, you technically never owned it in the first place.
Because technology kept changing.
It's a license.
I worked with Noah at Game Trace today to get their to get his help get his pledge manager up and running for Forsaken, and he wanted to tell you thank you for backing the game because he saw that you backed it. So Noah says thank you.
Oh, okay. I need to talk to him actually. I haven't talked to him in a bit. We had a meeting in scheduled and it came and went.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a weird end of year
here.
Or beginning of new year, I should say.
Yeah.
I also got summoned for grand jury duty.
That
sucks. Oh my God.
I got out of it. But
grand jury duty. I'm gonna try to claim a health problem. Honestly,
you get away with it, Scott. I did.
I have a health problem.
It is your duty.
Grand jury for 3 months. That's my duty. No. That's not. I feel that is not. That's a little. I can do a day or two.
How is that not your duty? I mean, our Constitution is you are an intelligent human being that knows what you're talking about, knows what you're doing. You owe it to whatever fate that you're deciding. You owe it to them to be there and to. I'm disappointed in you. You're already. I'm going to report you to your.
If I was feeling better, I would totally 100% do it.
Yeah, I'm what you.
If I felt I was 100%, I would do it. No problem. I've done it. I've been on like 4 juries. I'm like Mr. Jury.
Really?
I've been on 3.
Yeah.
I've never got picked, but I've been to a lot of summons, like a lot of selection and shit. Yeah.
I mean.
No, I was once, but it got settled right away.
What I always think was weirder about it is that like both times. 2 out of the 3 times I got there, the very first thing that happened was a guy stood up in the back and said, "Judge, can I be excused?" And the guy said, "Yeah, you can go." And I was just like, and the first time I was like, "Wait a minute, why does he get to go?" And then it was like, and then like the judge actually said, "Oh, he's a police officer, so he's already
Yeah,
like,
there's lots of things.
yeah,
This is
and
not
they're
jury
like,
duty.
they're like, he would never,
Did you hear what
they
I
would have
said? It was
never have picked him.
grand jury duty. That's different.
Well, like
No,
like
grand
100 grand.
jury.
Oh,
By the
100
way,
grand. That's a good
just
penny.
FYI, it's 3 days a week for 3 months.
Yeah.
I can't do that.
Well, yeah, but you don't even know what
I
it's
don't
for,
feel I
though.
would be. What's that?
What is it for, though? Do you know?
Grand jury, a Texas grand jury. I don't know.
It's
I mean,
still like
Has anybody been on grand jury?
I mean, I'm sure.
my
Well,
brother was.
do they give you $1,000 because it's a grand jury?
No.
Probably not.
They give you. I forget what he said it was, but
Yes, Kabuki Kid says grand jury makes you constantly for months. Because basically what they do is they decide whether a case should go to jury trial. Or if they should proceed or not. It's sort of
Right.
like is there enough evidence in this case to make it worth a case? I guess that's what it does. I mean, I'm really kind of ignorant and all, but that's my assumption that it's a group of 12 people that vote. It's not like the same as a jury where you have to have a consensus. Yeah, we have no idea what we're deliberating. And it's almost always felonies.
Yeah, that's usually
I don't like, but
that's usually a 40-50 day
felonies to me
commitment.
is just such a weird thing. I hate it. I did a felony case one time. It was not fun.
Yeah, the felony case I had to do wasn't fun at all either.
Yeah.
It was just kind of like,
I mean, Bob.
It sure ended.
Huh?
I decide what goes to trial, right? That I would be one part of 12, I believe, is the number.
Yeah.
To go decide.
so you know what?
I'm so intrigued for it though. I really want to do it. I just don't feel like my health is that the level.
I mean, and that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, for sure, 100%.
You'll go cry. Go
I'm
cry.
with you, Scott. Me and Jen actually talked about it. I got summoned about 3 weeks ago.
So
I was like, I
how
don't know if I
cool-
could sit there long enough. Yeah.
So
Mhm.
you offhandedly mentioned that Vampire Survivors game to me that one day, and you're
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
"Hey, have you played this?" And I was like, "No." And then I played it, and I was just
Yeah.
like, "Yeah, I mean, this game's awesome, right?"
Yeah, it's pretty fun for
And
99
then
cents.
and now it's just like everybody plays it. They
it's
talk about
about
it like,
yeah, but it went crazy. It's a good game.
Yeah.
There's an expansion too, I think.
oh yeah, they got new downloadable content and all this stuff. You and me, we got in when it was like $1.99.
Oh, is it
So,
not $1.99 anymore?
I don't know what it is anymore. I can't see how much it costs.
I mean, I kind of stopped playing it because my eyes would burn after 20 minutes.
What's
you and
it?
I were OG though. We were OG Vampire
you're OG
Survivors.
vampires.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what game I stumbled upon that I knew nothing about, and I was going to talk to you about this, Scott. Project Zomboid. And
The name sounds familiar. I just don't know it.
it is another survival game like RimWorld or whatever.
Is it that kind of like
but what it is well, you can play multiplayer. But you are one person. You are one person, and you are in the middle of a zombie apocalypse, and it's like, and it literally is like, okay, clear out an area, find a house that you can barricade, and then it starts off by saying this is how you died, and it just because like eventually you just can't survive. Something will get you, whether it's you're gonna get sick and you're gonna die, a zombie's gonna eat you, you're gonna starve to death, any number of things. And
it came out in 2013.
Yeah, it's been around, and it's
in early access.
It's still in early access.
That's the joke of early access. It's like, is it not anymore? I mean, it's been 10 years now.
So it's like literally they say we can't believe. Yeah, they're like, we can't believe. It's like we had no idea this would get like, and it's like, and they keep on. They're on like build 41, and build 42 is coming out soon, and it's going to add basements to the game. It is incredibly, like, it is old school Diablo 3D isometric where you can't turn the camera around, so it's like you're locked
in.
You're locked into that little thing.
Oh, that's cool.
But it is, man. It's fun. It's like, and it's just like once you start a new game, it's like, at the very beginning, there's still power. You can still watch the news. You can still You still have water running, but as the days go by, you lose that. You don't have access to power anymore, so you got to make sure you have a generator. You got to make sure you have, and slowly but surely you'll run out of canned food, because you'll like go into town and steal a bunch of food and whatever from things and run back to your house, and there's all these things you have to do to like level your character up, or just have your character do sit-ups for a while, and you got to make sure when you fall asleep zombies aren't around, because when you fall asleep you can't. And like when you're moving your character around, like you only see in the direction that you're facing. So if you just kind of
so it's got like a
fog of war going on, and if you get kind of zoned in on like staring in a certain direction, all of a sudden like a zombie will be right behind you that has just slowly crawled behind you because you haven't been paying attention. So it's just a lot of crafting, a lot of stuff. You get lost in it, man. I mean, RimWorld was the game that I just always got lost in, but I've been having fun with this.
I feel like I've not really given RimWorld enough play. I mean, I got a little bit of it, but I don't feel like I really got,
with Project Zomboid. With Project Zomboid, I want to set up a multiplayer server, and then because then you can have multiple people in the same map, and you'll never run into each other because it's just impossible because the maps are huge, right? But I just like the idea that you can have multiple people playing, and like you can see what they're up to, and they're building their houses and like building your and it's so huge. The game's so huge. There's cars, there's boats, there's you can basically almost craft almost anything. I don't know. It's super cool. It's cool. It's cool, and they did a cool work with it. So yeah, it's worth playing. I don't know. God, we need like one more person. We can be already doing initials, and we need like at least one more.
Where's Matt?
Where's Matt? Where's Evan? Where's
busy over here?
Where are our friends?
We'll see the Skaka stay awake. Well, he'll be here.
Yeah. Actually, Noah actually mentioned that he actually was interested in doing it. I should send him a.
You should send
have Mr. Game Trays show up.
Yeah.
And
do his thing. How's the piano coming, Scott? It's
not really any further along, but I can make a lot of noise.
I'm with you. I'm on the same level.
I literally tonight I listened to static for about half an hour. Honestly, I couldn't make it come out any other way that didn't sound shit.
Really?
It was kind of like fiddling with like an experimental module that does no instruction manual, so you just turn knobs and shit.
Yeah, it's not some of the shit with this music.
I'm like, I don't know how this thing works, and I cannot. And I searched the internet, and like, nobody's dumb enough to buy it that has figured it out. Like,
that's not true. There's always somebody that's dumb enough to buy.
Always a sucker.
Actually, Chad Roberts talked me into buying it. And he goes, "Oh, I played with this tonight when I was at the music store, and it's called the Groan Drone, GRONE." And I cannot make it do anything beyond sounding like, just growing up.
I'm assuming it's got a bunch of knobs you can play with.
I feel like when I got it like probably a year ago, and I told Chad when I got it, like, I'm like, you got me into this because it's all because your fault. He told me about it, and then I started playing with it, and I'm like, I could make it do like all kinds of cool stuff, but now it doesn't. I can't make it do anything cool anymore. I've done something wrong to it, or I'm just an idiot. I don't know. Probably the latter.
There's none on there to show you how to set factory.
There's no manual. It didn't come in the manual. It came in a box. Nothing.
Yeah, some of the shit's nuts with this music. The guitar is the same way. Yeah, it's some of the shit.
Just like, how do you do this? What is it? It's got 92 knobs on it. Oh no, I've already put it in and then disconnected it because I'm like, God damn it, I can't make it do anything. Here it is.
Oh wow.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, and look at the fucking skulls on this thing.
That looks like a custom job.
I mean, is that a bullet? I don't even know what that is. I mean, these things it's so awesome. And the art, like, I love it. I don't know how to make it work very well. I can make it sound really, really shitty, and not in the good way. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes shitty is good,
Yeah.
but I'm sure in someone else's hands it might be better.
Yeah.
It's called the Dark Drone Machine.
Dark drone.
Drone. Can't get it to focus.
And what to do? Like activate.
It's a drone, so basically it just goes, you know, it just makes noise.
Right. Okay. It modulates the sound coming out of it.
And then I wouldn't even say modulates it because I can't make it do anything.
Oh, you're
I'll
just
figure it
getting
out though. Someday.
interference.
Tonight was the night I'm like, I'm gonna make this work again. I haven't pulled it out in a year.
Then you spin it out.
Still,
Yeah.
problem still. Well, I finished the movie or the meeting, and then Chad says it's awesome. Well, Chad, if you know how to play it, let me know. You can come over and show me.
Yeah, Chad.
I hooked it up tonight, and I could not make it sound awesome. It sounded bad, in fact.
What's Michelle think? Worse than usual?
And then I made everything else sound. Sometimes you just do stuff and it's all sucks. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just like, what did I just do?
Yeah, I hear you.
Nothing.
It's a process, guy.
I plugged in a lot of these cables, and if I get, well, I think I could show you how much shit I've got. You see that?
Yeah,
It's a lot.
looks
Too
like a
much.
soundboard. Jesus.
Yeah, no, it's fucking awesome. I mean, it theoretically should be awesome. In someone else's hands, it might sound awesome.
Yeah. Well, you gotta play with it.
Not mine.
You'll get there. And everybody started as a genius. Yeah. Gotta play with it. You're just starting. A little technical to be starting, but you're just starting.
Oh yeah. Luckily, I don't have any goals.
You have no goals.
No,
Really?
not with this.
You should have at least one. You know, just
I'm happy if I can turn it on and I have fun and something eventually sounds decent out of it. That's all I care about. Cool. Cool is a low bar for me.
Cool as a low bar. Okay. To each his own, I guess. My goal is one song in a year. Yeah. By November, actually. One specific song. Yeah. We'll see. It's coming along better than I thought, though.
What conventions are you going to, Lance? Sure. Did you guys have a company-wide meeting in January to plan the whole year?
No, we didn't.
Oh,
I mean, I'm sure that there's no reason for me to go to Gamma, which fine, you know.
Yeah.
But so I'm absolutely sure that we'll go to, I'll go to Origins.
Are you going to Gamma?
I won't get a Gamma. There's no reason for me to go. I mean, Shane will go, you know, because to talk business and talk turkey with people. But I mean, maybe, who knows? I mean, I could see him. It's like, well, we have to have a booth, so and somebody has to sit there. So if he decides to have a booth, I don't. If there's a booth at Gamma, I'll have to go. I guess that's my opinion. So then, yeah, then Origins, and then obviously Gen Con, and you know BGG Con. There's talk of like he wants to go to PAX again, but I mean, I'm not, you know, who knows if that's going to happen. PAX just sounds like, man, December, just going to a convention in December. This does not sound fun at all. It sounds really
Especially in
dull.
a cold town. I mean,
December, Phil, yeah.
I don't know if I'm ever going to return to my normal self where I can actually tolerate cold, but I cannot tolerate cold right now.
Oh, yeah, it's tough. It's going to be tough for a while. I went through that with the blood shit. It's tough. I never got cold before. I'm freezing constantly right now.
You know, and I'm going to say this, and you're going to laugh because it's whatever it is, what it is, kind of thing. But so this morning, one of my wife's tires, because when it gets cold and stuff, the air pressure in the tires kind of fluctuates. Yeah. And so one of my wife's tires was low. And so I have an air compressor, but I it was too cold. Like, so it didn't want to run because it was, it won't start up.
The air was so cold that it froze the air compressor.
Yeah, the air compressor didn't want to
Wow.
pump. So I was just kind of like, all right, well, and then I was like, and I like literally had just gotten up. I had my t-shirt on, I had my slippers, and I had my pajama pants on, and I just grabbed her keys to the car and I drove it 5 minutes away to there's a service station near us that has an air compressor outside that always works. And I was just standing outside in like 1 degree weather, just inflating the tires. People were like looking at me like I was insane. Just
Well,
standing there.
insane.
I was wearing this NWO t-shirt, just standing out there wearing my pajama pants.
Oh, and
Hey.
NWO.
NWO, baby, wrestling New World Order. That's crazy. There's rumors that the WWE is going to be sold to the Saudi Arabian investment group. That Vince McMahon's just going to sell it for $1 gajillion. And
What is he care?
He gone? Just retired.
no,
rich?
he'd probably. He's
he's already rich.
He's already rich. It's just
Yeah.
he's 8,000 years old. So
That's cool.
and
Yeah, I was gonna say, he's gotta be
his
like 80,
daughter.
right?
His daughter just resigned as CEO of the company.
Oh, really? Hmm.
Well, the Saudis don't like women, so.
So, I mean, I don't know. It is what it is. But I mean, yeah, I was like, and it wasn't even that cold. It really, because it wasn't windy, right? I was just standing out there and
Cold in 70.
70?
I didn't laugh.
If it goes to 70, I'm cold. I'm freezing.
Yeah, this year
Sucks.
screwed me up. My retirement plan was, well, Jen's retirement plan was I was going to take a snow shovel and a leaf rake and go as far south as I could till somebody didn't recognize what they were. But then you started freezing up. Florida started freezing up. Yeah. I don't think I live in Texas, though. It's way too hot in the summer. Them 100-degree days, I couldn't do that. But I would never live where you are today. It's too cold. Even when I was younger, I don't think I would enjoy that. But I'm not from there, so I'm not used to it. But 70, that's a little ridiculous, Scott. Gotta get out in the sun more, man.
He's gonna have to move to Florida.
I'm not allowed to go in the sun either.
Why? You're a vampire now.
I'm not kidding, right? I am not kidding.
Seriously?
I had
I
fucking
forgot.
melanoma.
Yeah, I forgot.
There's my scar. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Sucks, man.
I forgot. Sorry, Scott.
Yeah. Wow.
Not even with sunblock and shit.
Dude, I grew up in Florida. I'm actually going to get body scan next week
Yeah.
or 2 weeks from now. I think, or 3 weeks.
Well, just because
I don't even know sure which day it is. I need to figure that out. Yeah, I'm getting a full body scan. That should be fun.
Oh yeah.
Feel real old with it. This side of talk. All right. What else we doing for fun?
Doing for fun? I don't think anybody does anything fun anymore, do they?
Playing games. I did not play last weekend. We our game group got thrown out.
They got thrown out.
Someone's family came into town. The other person broke their window by accident by tapping they bumped into something and it like shattered the window. Sucks.
On their house.
No car.
Oh.
Yeah, they were backing something up and they bumped in. I mean, it was literally like a light tap and it.
Yeah, windshields are funny, man. You just hit certain spots.
Yeah, it's got a weak spot.
I went through that with the train.
Hopefully this weekend we play some games because I want to.
I
I'm not
played
sure what to play
patios.
though. What's that?
I played patios.
Patios?
Patios. It's one of the games in your store.
Oh,
That's
okay.
actually- I wanted to talk to you about that.
Oh, that's
You're-
right. You know, I meant to.
I know you're
call
busy.
you. I just started.
Told you I'm flexible.
I had to do my homework the other night. I had to give a presentation today. Felt like I was in school.
You're in school. Yeah, I was gonna say that.
I did a keynote and everything. Keynote, the app, because PowerPoint couldn't unlock it with my stupid Microsoft account.
Fucking Microsoft.
Did you? I mean, hey, well, I was gonna ask, did anybody watch anything new? I mean, like we usually talk about something like that.
Oh, I watched The Menu.
I want to watch that. Is it good?
I really liked it.
Okay.
I really liked it. I don't think it's great. I think it's good.
I think it's good.
I was and I was enthralled the whole time, honestly. I was like, huh, cool, whatever, done. And then I was done with it. And then now it's gone out of my brain. And I think I've thought about it a few times since then, but mostly not. Just it's a brain candy-ish type thing. And if you like food, and if you like fine dining, you will like it. I think. If you're into that shit. Like if you like presentation of food and talk of food, you know, it's part of the, you know, I don't want to say anything more than that.
Right.
Because there's obviously a twist. But I thought it was really, really well done. Ray Fiennes is really good. He's really good.
He's really good.
He's really good. I just have so much like I just wanted to watch him the whole time.
Yeah.
Like put him back on screen. What is he gonna do next?
Think your Cowboys win this weekend?
No.
No.
Well, you know what? It's against Tampa, right? The
Yeah.
Bucks. I feel like they're not gonna win. My gut is telling me if they lost to, I mean, they got spanked by the Commanders.
Yeah.
There's no chance to win that game.
How'd you like to be Miami and you finally get to the playoffs and you don't get Tua's not gonna be ready to go. So you just got to start. They're gonna have to start Teddy Bridgewater against the Bills. I mean, they're done. I mean, like I said, I'm sure the Vikings will lose against the Giants. We'll just come in there and just take a giant crap in the middle. Oh,
you're playing the Giants.
The Giants,
so like half of the NFC East is just like in the playoffs. Yeah. Three out of 4 are in the playoffs.
I mean, I could totally see us losing that game. Just
like Dorm, I don't understand how that it's so crazy. It would have been nice for us to win and Eagles lose. It would have been interesting to have a first round bye and see where we go from there. Like I feel like we're teetering on the brink of disaster. Last week was pretty disastrous.
What he said.
Yeah.
No, so I mean, I guess so. I got that to look forward to. I can watch the Vikings.
Which day is your game? Saturday or Sunday?
Sunday.
Late.
So the what I can see, this my script for this is that Seattle somehow finds a way to win their game.
Yeah.
Against San Francisco, right?
It's not gonna happen.
It's not going to happen, but like, you know, like on any given Sunday, right? You know,
yeah, sure.
They find a way to win that game. So then we as Vikings fans can say, oh, if we can just get past the Giants, all we got to do is beat Seattle. We can do this. We could do this. And then we'll just go and lay a giant turd right in the middle of the field. But I mean, no, seriously, it's like every single time I've ever cared about the Vikings, they've ended up like, you know, ruining and being horrible. So I won't truly believe in them until they get to the Super Bowl, in which case then I'll be excited to watch them lose. You know, somebody said the Vikings are either going to win the Super Bowl, they're losing their first playoff game by 40. That's the whole point.
Well,
yeah, but
one more game. You're probably gonna win.
You know, we get one more game. Yeah, we got to play.
You're gonna win.
So
who wants to go to negative 20 degrees and play?
Yeah. Well, no, I was talking to my buddy. I mean,
by the way,
like,
it's 70 degrees today in Dallas. I turned the air conditioning on.
It's warm here, but I think it's like 40s. Yeah.
I was sitting there and I was last Sunday night, basically, if the Green Bay Packers won, they got to go to the playoffs. And I sat there and I watched the Lions beat them. And it was so It made me so happy. It was just like, and
Oh
a
my
friend
gosh,
of
I
mine,
was so happy too. I mean, it was not, there was a chance they were gonna not win.
yeah. And then I remember, and a buddy of mine, the guy who runs the game store, he said, I was talking on the phone and I said, did you watch the Packers Lions game? He said, I can watch. He's like, if I could watch, if somebody asked me, what do you want to watch on TV for the rest of your life? I said, I want to watch the Packers lose football games at home. If I could watch Packers lose football games at home, I'd watch that all day long, 24/7. Just give me a constant stream of live football games where the Packers lose at home.
And I think the Lions thought they knew they were eliminated anyway, right?
They knew they were done.
They basically had nothing to play for except
to
knock them out of the playoffs.
Except to punch them right in the face.
Yeah.
That was the only thing they had.
Yeah. That was worth it. I watched it. I was like, holy shit. I was so excited.
When they went
I was
for
like,
it, I'm like,
yeah.
They could kick the field goal to go up by 7 and give Aaron Rodgers a minute and a half to bring the
it was super
or they could go for it on 4th and 2.
The dagger shot.
Yeah, and then the game's over, and they just were like,
it was super ballsy.
And then the wide receiver that caught the ball was DJ Chark, is the guy's name.
Was he cut?
No, he's just DJ Chark is the guy's name.
Chark.
And then you can find it online. The Lions Spanish announcer, they have like for their Spanish audience, he says Spanish, which I don't understand. He says something and he's like, and you hear him say first down, and then he goes DJ Chark do 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 DJ Chark do do do. Yeah, but that made me laugh. And it was just kind of one of those things too, where it's like, yep, your season's done. Go home, pack up your stuff. There's no reason to be here anymore. You're out. You're done.
Science prevailed. Science prevailed.
No, and it's just, and so when you have a team,
it's just because that no one expected the Aaron Rodgers heel turn.
Nobody did. And I know I've said this before.
If you had Aaron Rodgers heel turn on your dance card, there was nobody had that. Nobody.
And then the fact that somebody said, it was like the stand-up comedian said, what happened to Aaron Rodgers? He was like the pretty boy he was the pretty boy of the NFL, and now he looks like a guy who sells snakes in a Kmart parking lot.
I don't know that reference. Is that a reference?
It's just like that's it. He looked, because when he had his hair slicked back, remember when he had that, where he had all his hair slicked back in that little tiny ponytail? He just looked all kind of like greasy, and he's like, yeah, he just looks like a guy who's selling snakes in a Kmart parking lot.
He was
I was
eating
like,
too much foraged food.
Yeah, maybe.
Did he forage for food with his girlfriend?
Some people do that. Yeah.
Yeah. Now they're saying he's going to go to Las Vegas.
Good.
Yeah. So
I don't care.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right. Let's talk about something else.
DJ Chark, do.
Did you post in the group that we're on? Just to see if okay. I was just wondering where is everybody?
Well, I'll bother Matthew now. I'll just bother Matthew and Evan, because if they don't, because like I like bothering them.
Yeah.
And Noah said he went.
Evan usually doesn't come on until a little later anyway, but Matt depends on what he's doing.
I can usually bug him into showing up. Where's Forrest? Where's our?
I had two strange encounters this week.
Okay.
I went to Wawa to grab cigarettes, and I'm thinking about quitting again. I am. I'm just back.
Oh, you should quit
again.
Yeah, you should just quit, and you should quit and not quit and be done.
That's the plan. But I got a process. Okay.
Matt says he'll be here in a minute. Don't do us any favors.
Yeah, Matt.
Yeah, don't do us any favors, Matt.
Anyway, I got a process. I'm in the second step of the process. Anyway, so I went to Wawa to get cigarettes, and the lady was behind the counter was wearing a mask, and I couldn't hear all what she said, but she said "bless God" or something. The religious shit doesn't really bother me, but I said I would like 2 packs of the Marlboro Lights, and she says, I won't sell you tobacco. or no, I can't sell you tobacco. And I'm like, there's a wall of tobacco behind you. What are you talking about? He's like, it basically came down to she didn't feel right selling me tobacco. And I'm like, it's my health. Let me make that decision on my own. Yeah. But it's like, why would somebody do that? I don't understand.
They work there though?
This was the clerk. Yeah, at the store.
What?
Yeah, she said,
You sure?
yes. Because
Well,
I asked her
doesn't
to
make sense.
repeat it. She said,
And don't they sell cigarettes all day long in that place?
she was standing
that's
in
all that people
front
buy
of
there.
the wall of cigarettes that I was trying to purchase. Not only that, but the chew and everything else. But it's like, why would you do that? Why, it's why would you working for a company? I understand, it was by a hospital. This one, it's already across the street, but I don't understand that. Why would, as an employee for a store, why would you try and dissuade somebody from buying a product, whether you would believe it or not? I mean, to an extent, you shouldn't even be there if you. But yeah, it's like that was a weird one. And then I had a solicitor. Somebody knocked on the door, and I wasn't sure if it was a neighbor or not. But so I went out and I opened the door and I saw it was two dudes with a jacket, and it had a patch on the shirt with the company name Home Light. And I said, I'm not interested. Yeah, Home Light, it said. And he said, I said, I'm not interested. Thanks. No, thanks. They said, you don't even know what we want. I was like, you're trying to sell me a service. It's either electric or, by the way, Home Light spelled, I'm thinking a window service. I don't want either of them. No, thank you. Okay. He's like, can I offer you an estimate? I'm like, how many times do I have to say no, thank you before you leave? I'm like, what the
Don't
fuck?
take no for an answer.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's just like weird fucking interactions this week.
My cats are driving me absolutely crazy. Get out of here.
Really, mine are, they're shedding again. Beaker's like non-stop with that. He has tumbleweeds out there with fur. I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he still has fur.
Anyway.
Anyway. Don't.
He's doing that song.
Yeah,
The
DJ
shark?
Shark, baby.
I know. I don't want to
Shark.
hear DJ Shark.
What do you got against the shark, Scott?
What do you got against DJ
Everything.
Shark?
What does shark do to you?
CHARK.
Shark?
Shark. CHARK.
No. I don't want that. I don't want any more sharks. Sharks.
No more sharks.
No more
Is that
sharks,
why you left
please.
Florida, Scott? You got sick of all them sharks down there.
I swam with sharks once. I think
I
I told
caught
you
a
about that
shark.
with the hammerhead.
I know.
Yeah, we were at the Bahamas. We were doing like dives. We were. This is my dad running the show, and we were like, "Oh, let's do a dive here." Not close to anything, like offshore of somewhere island.
Oh, okay.
And then we're like, "Oh, this is really cool. There's awesome coral down here." We go down, and I were looking around for a while, and then I looked down, and fucking hammerhead shark swimming underneath me, maybe like 10 feet, maybe 20 feet down. Like we were just scuba diving. And the thing was underneath me, and I'm like, I never swam so fast back to the boat in my life. I was fucking out of there. I'm like, nope, no shark for me today.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I caught a shark fishing once. That wasn't fun. It was a baby, like sand shark. They don't have teeth, but it wrapped around me and the scales got me. That made me bleed.
You made you bleed.
Made me bleed.
Ugh.
Yeah, they were.
No, it's no fun. I don't like. I mean, I like. Oh, whatever. My days of scuba diving are over anyway because it's.
So were mine, although I never did.
I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna play any baby sharks. Do you know the notes for baby shark? Just out of curiosity.
No.
I'm sure you can find it somewhere.
I could probably play it.
Yeah, probably. Sounds good.
The notes are not that hard.
So I will what was I gonna say? God bless. I was gonna say
what were you gonna say?
It was a funny anecdote. Now I can't remember what I was gonna say. Anyway, you start talking about
Sharks.
Sharks.
Baby sharks.
Baby sharks.
Baby sharks.
My niece sings that all the time.
It must not be important if I can't remember it.
It's probably not important.
No,
Most
probably.
likely.
It was probably just some weird a bit of esoteric knowledge that really doesn't matter at all.
What he said.
Trying to think. Has anybody the God, I can't even talk. With as far as like upcoming releases, I guess is what I'm getting at. Like, has anybody heard of it? Is there anybody has heard of any game that like just sounds like super amazing or anything like that? Or
Besides Frosthaven?
Besides Frosthaven.
By the way, our copy's on here. There's a copy sitting at the building, the VGG building, and I'm like, who ordered this? It's Jeff's. Like, how did Jeff get this before me? Anyway, it's sitting there.
Yeah, don't they know who you are?
Don't they know Mr. Alden's name anymore? I'm sure
they don't know who
they
you
don't.
are. They
Nobody
don't
fucking knows
care. Nobody cares. Just 4 something thousand or
And
million.
that's fine. I don't know what's lately. I don't know. I'm not been watching Rahdo's things lately because he's pretty much the only one really doing brand new stuff, right?
Is he?
I mean, there was no crowdfunding this last month. I mean, it's been dreary.
Oh, this is usually the lull.
Nothing. I mean, there's an expansion for a game that I don't even have yet.
Really?
It's First Light. I don't even have my base copy. What? They're already selling.
They're doing it wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was trying to think of anything that was just everybody, hey, check out, whatever, just
I've not really heard of anything lately, honestly.
Yeah.
I've sort of checked out of the board game for the past month because I'm just music. Music. But I need to catch back up. I mean, I really liked, I think we already talked about this, but I know we already talked about the Skyrim game. I thought was pretty cool, but
yeah, it's all buried in order.
It's got problems.
Yeah.
It's got problems.
I didn't see what he did though.
Did not get the new Warp Sets expansion Kabuki Kid. I didn't even know there was one. Beyond the Sun expansion, that would be cool. I liked Beyond the Sun. Although I didn't love the length of it. I wanted it to be a little bit shorter.
Yeah, Beyond the Sun it kind of gets to be a slog towards the end.
Yeah, it's a little. I like it on BGA too. It plays fast. Because BGA just knows all the things you can click and you're done. That's enforces the rules. BGA is pretty awesome. I played Tapestry on BGA. There's a game.
That's a game, all right.
Game.
Yeah, I think it's cool. I also played all the expansions for Seven Wonders Duel.
Oh, really?
I thought it was pretty cool. I had not played any of the expansions, and I feel like they're both very good.
Are they?
Yeah, and they add a lot to the game, and I'm like, wow, this game is freaking amazing.
I like Seven Wonders.
Yeah. Expansions add a lot of cool stuff.
I'm trying to remember if I got the one expansion. I can't remember between that and
There's one expansion that lets you have the gods powers. And there's one expansion that has the forum where you do manipulation and sabotage and stuff. It's definitely meaner. It makes the game a lot meaner. Can be.
Yeah.
But yes. And then so basically if you get all the forums, if you have majority in the forums, it's an auto win. So there's little pockets of the Senate. And if you get all the influence in every single space, then you win. So it's another way to win.
Okay.
It's 4 ways to win in that game now. The gods are cool powers that you have when you draft them, you pick which side of the board you want to put them on. Closer to you, they're cheaper. Further away, they're more expensive.
Okay.
And cheaper for the other player, which is cool. I think it's really cool. If you've not played those expansions, it makes that game. That game is we lost Lance again.
Oh, we lost Lance again.
Hey,
Yeah,
Matt.
then
Hey,
Happy New Year.
happy New Year to you.
You all right?
What's that?
You okay?
I'm a little pissed off right now, actually.
What happened?
Squarespace changed their engine and broke some shit on my site.
son of a bitch.
What kind of stuff? What kind
I
of
had
stuff?
background images for all of my
Oh,
head
yeah.
of the top of part of my. So when you load a page, it's like a full screen image with some text on top,
Yeah.
and now it's just gray with text.
We talked about you today, actually.
We did.
We were brainstorming ideas for the BGG store, and I said Matt Paquette would be a really good person to talk to. So anytime.
Oh yeah, I totally want to do that. Me and David.
You and Beth and Chad should have a meeting. We should talk. And David.
Yeah, David would be great.
Just brainstorm stuff. We have lots of ideas.
Yeah, it's funny. I was looking at something the other day. You know what bismuth is?
The material?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I don't really know it.
So it's a metal
Yeah.
that oxidizes in rainbow colors.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I love it. I love that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does it get dirty though? Does it come off?
I have no idea. I just saw some
I
sculptor
feel like
that
there's
works with
something.
bismuth,
Yeah.
and I started thinking about stuff.
Should we could put a coating or something on it?
But yeah, I totally want to. I mean,
Yeah, we should have a meeting.
I still want to get my meeple done, but
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the
um,
people would be.
I got some cool
We should
things
talk
for
about
Christmas.
that,
I mean,
actually. Do you have a way to manufacture? Well, we'll have a meeting. We'll talk.
yeah. So one of the things I got for Christmas from my sister was these. They're coasters, but they're little coasters that hold your dice as you're playing.
Okay, cool.
That's cool.
They're cute. I
What is
mean,
it,
they're like
wood?
they're like off of Etsy, but
What is it, Matt? Laser engraved wood or
so it's multi-layer
okay?
acrylic and wood. So there's in the set, there's 4 different colors.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, those are fantastic.
Yeah. So they all have a black bottom layer and then a colored middle layer, then a wooden top layer. It looks like walnut or something.
The top
So it's nice.
walnut is the color people like.
I did play Jekyll and Hyde, Chad Roberts. If you were asking me, I know you probably aren't asking me, but Jekyll and Hyde is interesting.
Jekyll and Hyde.
Yeah, it's Dr. Jekyll versus Miss One. Yeah, one person's Jekyll and the other person's Hyde.
So it's a 2-player. Okay.
Yeah, it's a 2-player back and forth game. It's like it's a duels type game. Dr. Jekyll has to win every trick. I can't remember the rules. There's kind of a weird. It's kind of one of those games where Dr. Hyde or Mr. Hyde has to win. I don't know. I can't remember the exact rules, but it's asymmetric. But it's pretty interesting. I wish I could verbalize what. I can't remember exactly the term of how it works,
Okay.
which I'm of course forgetting. In chat, they'll probably remind me. I played it on PGA and I thought I didn't quite understand how to play it because we just kind of didn't really read the rules. We just played.
Yeah.
One of those kinds.
Kind of helps there.
But eventually we got to it. We're like, oh, that now we know. I understand. So
I played a game on Sunday. I can't remember what it was called. What is it? It was like a vampire game. And
board game.
yeah. And basically
Hunger.
no.
No.
So you have cards,
Mhm.
and it's a sort of a deck building sort of game where there's all these vampires you have in your hand, and you have 3 different tokens that you can play: a day token, a dawn token, a dusk token, and a night token. And there's three rows of cards, and then I just asked my buddy what it was called. It was fun. It was neat.
I wonder. Sounds cool. I like.
He's never heard of it. Like he
I like
just
vampire. There's not enough vampire games. Not enough undead.
I agree. Well, let's not go there, Scott. There's enough
zombies
fucking
are different.
zombie shit.
Oh,
Zombies are undead.
I'm talking about the undead, not zombies.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, I
zombies
agree
are
with you.
technically undead, I
Are
guess.
they? I don't know. Not sure the definition.
I agree with you. There's not enough
Vampire
werewolf game
Empire?
either.
Hold on, is this it?
It's an old
Blood
stronghold.
Orders.
Yeah, Vampire Empire. I
No,
did
Blood
not-
Orders is a new game from yeah, I know that the company, Trick or Treat.
Is that who is that? Is this the game I'm thinking of? Yeah, that's
Sure,
that's what we played.
Yeah, that's from Trick or Treat Studios.
It was fun.
They're doing all these horror games. They did a version of Triumph Break with a horror theme or a movie, horror movie theme.
What you do now, Lance?
You crashed it?
My wife's cat knocked. What? He did it. He knocked the
Blaming the
our
pussy.
modem over.
Give me
and
1 minute.
disconnected it.
Actually, I should have went while you were gone, but I gotta run the restroom. I'll be right back. And then we'll do the thing.
Okay,
I'll be
this
right
guy.
back.
That poor cat.
Hello, Matthew.
Oh,
Messy.
Lance.
Good of you to join us.
I just got home from games actually.
Did you?
We played Nadavalier.
The Davalar.
Yeah, that too. And Q-Birds.
Cubers?
Yeah, it's a fun little set collection card game. It was fun. Very quick.
I don't think I heard of him. Yeah.
There's like you have like a 3x3 grid of cards, 8 different types of birds, and each one of them has a different number that you need to collect to make a set. And you can win by putting 7 different birds in front of you out of 8, or 3 of each of two types of birds. And the way you put a card down in front of you, if you get enough of the same card in whatever required number of cards in that set in your hand, you can play one of the cards down in front of you. And the way you get cards is there's a 3x3 grid on the table, and you have to basically you put a card down on either side of the grid, and whatever, if it matches one of the cards inside the grid, you get all the cards in between them. I'm probably not explaining it very well, but it was fun.
This one, that's all that counts. Lance would poo poo on it, but
Forrest, how's your affliction?
Oh, we're good. It went away in like 2 more days and it was fine.
so good.
Shot of penicillin, you were all good.
Yeah, I just
It happens.
I'll try and get some really good sleep for a couple days and then just slam vitamin C, like emergency stuff. I'll have like 3 or 4 packets in a day. It normally kicks what I get. I love that stuff.
You realize that you're just peeing that out of you, right?
Good. Better out than in.
That's what I always say.
Yeah.
So I am fascinated. I was looking at Rodney Smith's channel, Watch It Played. His lowest video view that he's ever gotten is 11,000. That doesn't seem right.
How long ago was it?
No. I'm just I think it cut off at a certain point because it was like there's a whole bunch of them. It's just there's no way they would all be that much. Did he just have like? Did he just go right from the jump with bangers? Did he take them down? I'm just curious. I was going to do a video that was the top 10 least popular Watch It Plays, just because I was curious. It's like, what are they? Look at all the views.
I imagine with a channel that's popular enough, people start even the dogs that don't have very many views, people that start to like the channel go back to look at what else has this guy done, and then start to watch it that way.
Yeah. And he's been around over a decade. You know, it's got to be like 12 or 13 years now. Yeah, I can't. Nah, I got in at 12. Yeah, he's probably about 2010, 2011.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Forrest.
No, I'm just taking it in. I'm looking at all the stuff that he has covered to see if there's like something I can notice, some trends or something. A lot of bangers.
You gonna pick apart Rodney now? Exploit him.
No, I just thought I was personally curious myself. Like, what are the 10 least popular videos that he's done? Like, I was just looking more for myself, honestly. I was like, I wonder.
Who you basing it on? Just Rodney or the crew too?
Oh, I just right. I mean, any of them.
The channel in general.
Yeah.
Okay.
With a how to play video, I mean, do you really? Well, I guess if you watch them that regularly, you would have people on the channel that you'd like versus dislike. Because I think I've seen 4 or 5 faces that do them. They're mostly him.
The how to yeah.
Are you
I know
aware?
that one. I can't remember her name. The Asian lady and the other guy.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
They do a lot of how to plays. Double.
I've never actually seen any of theirs.
I enjoy them. I didn't realize they were on Rodney's channel until I subscribed to them before they got on the Rodney. I do enjoy it. I can't remember their names now.
Oh, you're this is somebody different. Yeah, I see. 51st State. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. There's a good
I think
couple
theirs
right
is
there.
how it's
Damn.
played or something like that, or how to play.
That beer.
But I can't remember their names. So I enjoy them as as a team. And the other woman, I can't remember her name either. But at
Paula?
Paul, yeah. I subscribed to these guys before I realized they were on and watch it play. I cut all them big guys out because it's the same, like I said before, it's the same shit over and over, just a different channel. Yeah.
Paula?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except for Joel. I miss Joel. He went away for a while, but I think he's back in the board games.
He's my favorite.
Yeah.
Well,
I
he's
miss-
one of them.
I miss his buddy Pep.
Oh, Brownies, yeah.
Yeah. I love the discriminating gamer. I think Cody is like,
Yeah, Cody's a
My-
good one.
I think he's super underrated.
Yeah, he is. Them Jack Wagons at Game Night are okay too, but
Yeah, thank you.
I tried
they are-
Codex.
I'm into that format though, Scott. I don't think a lot of people nowadays are that long,
We did stats today. It's our best year ever. So
Oh, is it?
Whoop,
Yeah.
whoop, whoop. Booyah, there you go.
yeah,
So maybe I'm wrong.
Just keep growing.
yeah. It's I don't want to compromise it.
I don't blame you.
The idea was say play a game from beginning to end, teach it, talk about it. Done. That was the formula.
Yes.
It was supposed to be minimal editing. Unfortunately, that was not the case.
That's how I do my
Yeah,
game.
don't like
plays.
that. You got
What's
a
that?
lot of equipment there though.
What's
Yeah.
that?
It makes I do some editing sometimes for my gameplays and sometimes I don't. It just makes such a big difference.
Oh yeah, we wouldn't be able to do ours without editing.
Well, them guys do multi-camera angles, like more than 2. They do 3 or sometimes 4, right?
We have a 3 camera
3,
angles
yeah.
with and then a close up camera. We
Okay.
can punch in and move around. There's all kinds of fun stuff.
Yeah. So that's a lot of editing. No, I'm not. Rodney and them, even Rado, he's got 2 or 3 cameras. That's a lot of
Yeah,
editing.
there's a couple of overhead cameras.
Yeah, yeah.
Like a zoom
Scott,
camera.
did you say Michelle's part of a trivia team?
No, I don't think so.
No. Well, who was I thinking of then? I was talking to somebody at VGG. that
Trivia
was part of-
team. Oh, Jackie Fox.
No. Who the hell was it? Anyways, my friend Ryan is running a trivia night at Pluckers.
Oh, Pluckers. Yeah,
Oh,
you got Pluckers up there?
No, it's in Dallas.
Oh, it's in Dallas. And who's running it?
My friend Ryan.
Do I know him?
I don't probably not.
Oh,
Not a gamer.
oh,
Well, he is a
Ryan.
gamer, but he's not like a. He's just like a dude. He's a dude that has a UFC podcast.
Okay. We used to do trivia night. Unfortunately, I would end up drinking like 5 Guinness and then have a hard time. And this is when I worked a day job.
Oh man.
Monday morning was hard AF.
5 Guinness any
After
night's hard as
4 or
fuck.
5 Guinness. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it goes on for like 4 hours. You got to drink. You got to do something.
Yeah, you don't have to drink Guinness constantly though, Scott. It's an acquired taste and a
That's,
minimal
That's
that's,
a-
acquired
drink,
taste.
that's a
would
really
drink,
good beer. What are you talking about?
It is, but you
Guinness,
can't.
half.
It's a very
Right.
heavy beer. It's
It's not
It's not
actually.
really.
No.
No.
It's a dry stout. It's very light.
I had I cracked open a beer the other night. It was an imperial stout, a double chocolate imperial stout.
Ugh.
And what?
All that I'm not a fan of the chocolate stouts or the. I mean, I've had an oatmeal stout a few times. Those aren't so bad, but I mean, like the chocolate or the coffee or anything like that.
Oh, double chocolate. Is it with the purple and orange can?
No, it was an Ontario brew. I
Oh.
didn't realize that imperial meant like double the alcohol.
Is that
It
what
was- I think it was a 13% beer.
That's like wine.
Yeah,
It is.
basically, yeah. I don't think that would happen here in the States.
No, it wasn't 13. It was
Yeah.
like, where did Forrest go?
He said he'd be right back.
Be right back.
Be back in 30, you said.
After bonus.
Edgar Bonus.
30 minutes or 30 seconds, you think?
30 seconds. Gotta be 30 seconds.
You never know with Forrest.
Barry's point, you don't. You really don't.
I'm not
So,
criticizing.
Is he looking for players?
Oh, maybe.
The Ryan guy?
Yeah, probably. I don't know. When is
I
it?
don't know if I would want to go. Pluckers is a little young.
Too far? Oh,
I
young.
think,
Is it?
I
Okay.
think I've aged out of Pluckers. You know,
Did you?
yeah. It's college. It's a college hangout.
I
Oh,
get
is
you,
it?
Scott. I live right outside of a college.
Near SMU.
So we went to the spa yesterday.
Ooh.
Did you get a massage? A
No,
massage?
we didn't. We just went for the baths. So it's like a Scandinavian.
But you bathed in a bath when someone else bathed in?
Well, it's their hot tubs.
So
I don't
yeah.
see it any different.
Yeah.
Than, yeah, I don't see
Someone
it
else was in that.
than a pool
But
or
I
a
mean,
hot
they're
tub.
chlorinated.
I
They're
know. I'm
chlorinated.
kidding,
So
I know.
Uh,
I'm just messing.
Um, it's this place in Quebec that we go to. Actually, it's cool, but we hadn't been in a bunch of years, and we get there, and the lady at the counter was like, Giselle said to her, he was like, "Oh, we were thinking about coming last week," and she's like, "No, good thing you didn't, because we were at capacity until 7:00 pretty much every day last week," and we're like, "Well, what's your reservations like today?" She's like, "Oh, only 300," and I said, "What's capacity?" She
What?
said 1,400.
wow, it's a big spot.
How many baths are in this place?
So there's like 10 hot tubs, probably a half dozen or 8 or 9
Get it all to yourself?
hot
Or do you have to
saunas.
share it
No, there
with
was-
other people.
well, the hot tubs we were in, where there was maybe like 3 or 4 other people.
Okay.
It's gotta be like the size of a hotel.
Yeah, sure.
There's 3 restaurants. It's quite large, and it was good. That was so. Santa this year gave us. I was like, go to Mexico, have a good time, and we're like, we can't leave, so let's just do this instead.
It's just-
Week in Mexico, day at the spa. I don't know.
How do you get something from Fanta? The soda company?
Santa.
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 I think you said
Yeah.
Fanta. Like
Yeah.
Fanta, like the drink?
That would be
Yes,
cool.
A Fanta. Well, Fanta's big in Canada, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's big overseas too. It's just not big here in America. I mean, I guess it
Well,
used to be,
Fanta's not huge here.
right?
I
It's
think
not
at one point
Canada.
it
Orange
was,
Crush is
uh,
probably bigger than Fanta.
Yeah, I think Orange Crush is bigger than Fanta too. Here,
I think it might have been an East Coast
and Orange
thing,
Crush is
so,
not big.
Yeah.
No.
Although it's probably a multi-million-dollar company. I don't, maybe
Although I want to see Grape Knee High come back.
Creep knee high.
Grape Knee High, like Radar used to drink,
Exactly.
like old drink.
I love that when I found out that Gary Berghoff was a drummer
Yeah.
and he only had one one of his hands.
He was
is-
missing a finger. Yeah. Or
Oh, he's
partial.
missing more than that, but yeah. And now when I watch MASH, all of the things he does to like hide that,
Yeah.
I'm
Oh,
like,
really? Was that you just now? Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah, once you see it, you can't unsee it. Yeah.
Really? I never saw
Yeah.
it.
There was a dude, my cousin grew up with the Power Rangers, and there was one of them that was missing part of a finger. The
Oh,
Black Ranger, I think, or the black guy who was
he
playing
just
the
he
Ranger.
just offed himself.
Oh, did he? Was
One of the Rangers. I never watched it, so I don't know.
yeah, but I never noticed it till my cousin pointed it out, and then you can't unsee it. Yeah,
So I started
Well,
my
I'm guessing it was going to be 30 minutes because it's been
Yeah.
30 seconds for sure.
I started my my UX for board games series on Facebook. Going
Okay.
well so far.
Is it?
What does that mean?
So I'm doing a social media series, a weekly series that basically has here, I'll show you. So here's one. Hold on. So here's the one I ran today.
Yeah, I saw that earlier.
Basically, these are all user experience principles and laws that I kind of, these are, you know, boiled down text versions of them, and then how does it apply to board games down here.
Mhm.
So I have like 45 of them. I'm going to be doing
45.
over a year.
Been a little busy there, huh?
Cool.
Mhm.
Is there a way to, are they all compiled together anywhere?
You haven't released them all, right?
In a Google Sheet. I haven't made them all yet.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Gotcha.
I only started it last week, so
Oh, okay. Got it.
yeah, I've only released 2 of them,
Got
and
it.
it's on every Wednesday.
Yeah. Well, good for you.
So
So
what is that one?
is there a lot of interest in it, or
Yeah, it's been shared a bunch of times, which is good. I'm thinking of doing like probably not doing it from the company, but making like those mix tiles. Have you ever seen those mix tiles things you can order? The little photos that you just order, like a grid of photos you can put up on your wall.
oh, okay, yeah. I know.
I figured I might do that, but with all these little square graphics that I'm making.
Didn't we do the pricing on that last time? It was like so expensive.
It was,
Yeah, they
so I'll
were,
probably
yeah.
do it. I'll get it printed at Costco and do it myself.
Right.
There you go.
The thing that bothers me about all of those mixed tiles ads on Facebook and stuff, when you see the girl, because it's always a girl, you see the girl putting up all the grid of photos, they're never straight. It bothers the hell out
Is
of
it on
me.
purpose?
It might be.
I don't know.
Is it just tweaking your
It's really, it
sensibilities?
grinds my gears.
It grinds your gears.
It grinds my gears.
You know, it burns my ass. Are we waiting for Forrest, or are we going to go ahead?
I think he was half an hour was gonna be too long.
I wanted to wait for him. Yeah, it's always better with more, right? Yeah. So
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I know, but wasn't it? He said he was 30. He said back in 30, and it's been. Or whatever.
Here,
10.
let me text him. Hold on.
You text it. What are you drinking there, Scott?
That would be Crystal Light raspberry lemonade.
Oh man, my faith in you gets less and less, Scott. The first
No
Taco
Was that
calories.
Bell,
just stuff you add to water?
I don't like raspberry.
By the way, do you know what the glass is?
No, it's
Murphy's Irish Stout. Nice.
Did
Got that at the pub.
you?
Half my glasses are from that pub, from the pub trivia. They would give us glasses every week. Guinness
My buddy
glasses.
closed his bar down, and I got a whole glass cupboard full of glasses.
No, did you? Yeah, my uncle. He went through that, man. The fucking cat.
I'll be so glad when I move out of this corner and then have it over.
You're gonna take your do not enter sign with you.
Out yonder.
Is that a real do not enter sign? Like, did you steal that?
Statute of limitations may or may not be up on that crime, but I'll neither confirm nor deny.
So I have a grievance.
Oh,
Go
what's
for
the grievance, Matthew?
My Synology network attached storage device
Yes.
is
Crash.
getting a little long in the tooth and short on space.
Oh, you're running out of space. Okay.
And I'm like, okay, well, I tried to upgrade the drives last time, and only one of the 2 drives that I got worked, because they were 12 terabyte drives, and I think mine's only rated for 8. No, for 4s. It's only rated for 4s. Unless
Yeah.
the 13 plus. So it's like it came out in 2013, and it's the 5-bay unit. If I go to the compatible site, I can get other drive. It says there's other drives compatible, like larger drives. Anyway,
Should
long
be
story
able
short,
to drives, huh?
a very common thing that caveat that a lot of these compatible drives said was these drives only work on models on Synology units shipped before or after June 2014. So I go, okay, well, I have a serial number. Maybe I can log on to their site and take a look and find out when my Synology was like, get the stats on it, like you can for literally any other hardware device. They don't have that on their site. Doesn't exist. I'm like, okay, I'll just wait in the queue and I'll ask some guy in tech support. Give him my serial number, and he basically sends me the information for it, which is just my name and my email address, because it's the registration information I put in when I registered the device. I'm like, no. I'm looking for the
Inception date.
conception date, the
Inception.
ship date, the whatever. I don't care anything. You guys have to have this.
That's a Blade Runner thing.
Right. So we escalated the issue, and long story short, they don't have that information.
Okay.
Oh. Okay.
I'm like, how
to get a
can
new
you
one.
not?
Get a new one, man. I just bought a new one myself because these things are gonna crap out. Did I talk about that?
Well, mine's
Yeah,
9 years old now.
Said it would take like a week to do
Mine
it.
was older. I'm surprised it didn't have the drives didn't work, because mine worked. I put gigantic drives in mine.
Well, how old was yours?
1515, I think. Let me double check. I'll tell you in a second.
Yeah, so it's 2 years older than mine. Yeah, newer than mine.
Yeah, it's older or newer. I
Newer.
don't know.
The 1515?
Well, let me find out. Gosh, what did I have? DS1. One 2011.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
That's old.
Huh.
I had a
Maybe
lot
I'll
of, and I have the extension and all, and they're all filled with like, I put in like 8 terabyte, or maybe, how big of one are you trying to put in there?
I tried to put a 12 in.
That might
And
be
it
the
didn't work.
problem. Yeah, maybe I'm misremembering what I've got in here. It's
So-
turned off right now.
So do I
Actually, let me turn
buy-
it on and see if it turns on.
I can double my storage if I buy 5/8.
I would get a new one, honestly.
And then so
Because
get a new one.
You're just banking on time with the power supply.
Get a new one and buy
Like
312.
both me and Lincoln's power supplies almost died like within days of each other.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in fact, it's just shutting down again right now because I don't understand it. There's something weird with it.
I've never had
I
a
have to
problem with
unplug
mine.
I have to unplug the network cable to get it to turn on, which is really awkward.
I've never had a drive fail either.
Don't say that out loud.
What?
Don't say that out loud. Yeah, if I have the network cable plugged in, I just took it out and it turns on. I'm like, what is that? Why? What? Network cable? How is that affecting the power?
Yeah. I
Sounds
am
like
so
a
maybe
ground
I'll buy a
fault or
new
something.
one. And see, what I'm thinking of is when we move into the office, we've got insurance now though, so that's great. So I can hopefully move in soon.
That's always a plus.
Still don't have internet yet though.
Baby steps.
I'm gonna have literally I'll get to the office. I'm gonna have to tether on my fucking cell phone to get internet.
Oh, God.
Yeah, that sucks.
Tether. That's me. That sucks. Oh, it just turned off. I plugged it in and it turned off. I don't understand that. That's
So-
like, I think I have to wait for it to completely boot to get it up to get it to work.
So I might upgrade and I'll get 312s or 314s to put in there. So that way I'll have
I would
28.
get a unit. I mean, if you're spending money, get a new unit, and you just put all the drives on the new one and then upgrade. But
No, I'm gonna
yes.
get a new unit, get new drives, and then use this
transfer.
other one for the high availability thing. So keep one at work and one at home.
Sync them.
Have an extra copy and really, because right now, I mean, I was thinking about purchasing the Synology cloud storage, because I could use one more place for my archive folder to really get my 321 schema going. But if I just actually get a new unit and have it physically somewhere else, then I'll just do that. Then if that fails, then I'll go back to just cloud storage. Yeah, it's yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, it's annoying. Lincoln's failed too last week. His actually sparked.
Spark.
Yeah, he had a
That's like a grounding
yeah.
problem there, Scott.
there's something on his board blew out. Oh, there's Lance is gone again. We're
Yeah,
cursed.
Not a good technology day, apparently.
I'm it's from it's probably overkill, but I'm aggregating all 4 Ethernet ports on my unit into one big pipe.
Yeah. Whatever.
I bought
Does it work?
Specifically to do that. I bought a 10-port Cisco switch for my house to do that.
But does that make it faster? Does it?
So
does
it takes
split up the transfers?
Yeah,
Really?
so basically between the network switch and it's got a 4 gigabit connection.
Oh, because 4 1 gigabit connections.
Right.
Yeah,
So
aggregated.
how long does that
into
take to
one.
transfer a big file? Aren't you limited by how fast the disks work though? I would have thought
Yeah.
that would have been the least. The disk is
Well, no, because the
network was
disks
probably-
work in gigabytes, right? So it's megabytes per second.
I mean, I
versus-
don't know how many. Yeah, I mean, I'm clueless with all that stuff. I don't know. Did it copy? How long did it take?
Yeah, exactly.
By the way, it took a day to get all the backup stuff. It's more than a day to get just my photos off this thing. It's the new one.
Oh God.
Yeah, and then I'm like, I'll never be able to back this into the cloud. It'll take years.
I don't.
The internet's
yeah,
not that fast.
Yeah,
I
you're saying-
when I was using Crash Plan, it was going to take 36 days.
That's not too. I mean, I would let it sit for. I don't think I'm even close to that as far as like what the amount of stuff I've got.
If you don't want to stay on, Lance, just
if we're boring you, we'll
No,
go.
it's not that. It's that goddamn cat.
Blame the cat again.
Blaming the cat.
He is just the worst.
Your wife will kill you. You harm that cat. Nah.
I have
How do we get? Well, I guess we're Daisy coming or no?
I don't know. Here, I
Where's
texted
where's-
him.
Where's
Evan Halbert.
Yeah.
He may have a game night or a family thing. You never know what happened. He's a busy guy. I don't know when he sleeps. I don't sleep much. These guys sleep less than me.
Oh, I love sleeping.
I don't like waking up. Yeah,
That's
You don't like waking up?
nah, I'm in a lot of pain usually in the morning.
Oh, bummer.
Yeah. Today
So
I
it starts immediately as soon as you wake up.
some days, you know, like today I started puking right away for about an hour. You know,
What?
Yeah, it depends on the pain level.
Okay.
Until the weed kicks in or the storm passes, whatever the hell's going on at the time. Yeah.
Like true, like vomit, or like you're just gagging.
It's dry heaving, but if there was
Mhm.
anything in my stomach, I'm sure I would be true vomiting.
Man,
Yeah.
that's not good, man.
It's not always
Anything they
it's
can do
just-
for it, or you just,
Nah,
you're just
it's
dealing with it?
just good days and bad days.
weed.
Oh, yeah, the weed. I could go back on opioids, but I refuse to do
Yeah, I
that.
don't think you want to do that.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah. Just because of my body being better, not my mind and all that other shit. Yeah.
I've seen Dope Stick. You don't want to do that.
I started.
Barry
I
has already been
couldn't-
through that.
I've to an extent. I've known people who worse than I was. I've known people who were very hooked on it. I know people who died from that shit. But
Oh man.
I had a sense I grew up with this. I grew up, a lot of people died of heroin around me and shit. So I knew what it was, even though it was another name, you know. I seen the similarity. So I knew even going into this, I was on Percocet until the government made me go on a time release pill for 7 years before I went on to anything stronger. You know, I was very careful with it. Again, because I seen what happened with it. You know, especially Oxycontin. My uncle went through that.
Hmm.
So luckily there was that. But just physically, it jacks you up on long term use.
Yeah.
Your whole digestion system, your mental, emotionally, did. They had me on antidepressants because of it, shit like that. Yeah, but it's not every day, So I just smoke a little more weed that day, a little stronger weed. If I could do the edibles, I would probably do them. It's just I found it the CBD especially doesn't sit right with some of the edibles in my stomach with long term,
Mm-hmm.
So ideally I like to stop smoking in all of them, but we'll see. But didn't mean to bring it down.
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, that sucks, dude.
Like I said, it's not every day. It just happens. Like today is going to rain eventually. I could usually tell with rain, which is weird. Like
I can too. I go to weather.com.
No, I just mean physically.
Check.
Fucker.
And,
No, I mean to the point we were driving to Florida and we went through a couple storms going down. And within like 20 minutes away, I was like, we're going to hit rain. It's just the back. It feels like it's in a voice and shit. It's just amazing how the body can tell shit after a while. Yeah. Well, I guess I'm more attuned to shit too. I'm not distracted by other stuff either. Yeah. But there's that.
yeah.
But like I said, it's not every day. So the weather does affect it a lot. There's days I'm feeling good most of the time, Not many. But
Not many.
So it's just something I'm going to deal with the rest of my life. And I'm prepared for that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, as long as you recognize it,
Like I said, I'm just grateful to be walking again. They told me I wouldn't. There's a bus. You can only go downhill from here. And I know what it's like to go almost all the way down. Yeah.
Jeff Beck passed away.
What?
Yeah. 78.
Who's
Was
Jeff
he
Beck?
that old? Holy shit.
Like rock and roll legend.
What? Oh, what band?
The Yardbirds.
I've heard of them.
And then he had a big long solo career.
Yeah.
too.
Yeah. He played with Cream for a while too, I think.
Yeah.
He's basically a guitar virtuoso.
I've
heard the name.
Played without a pick too, and like if you ever listen to like him play, he played all fingers, which is pretty insane.
Mark Knopfler does too.
Yeah, he's pretty amazing too. But yeah, no. When you think of, you just gotta think the calluses had to be like huge on his fingers for him to play like that.
I don't think so. After a while, they like a wolf. Yeah.
But yeah, well, I mean, yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, crazy.
It is.
He had bacterial meningitis or something like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it wasn't like, oh, I'm 78 and I'm old and I died. No, it was a
sudden thing.
Like it was like a sudden thing. Got sick and died.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
It can happen. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I've definitely changed my life outlook a bit this year. I mean, I wasn't that close to die or anything, but it was apparently what I don't even want to go there.
Yeah, it's not.
Moving on.
It's only good from here on out, Scott. Well, you'll have a bump here and there, but yeah, I went through that a couple of years ago, Scott. It does change your outlook on shit.
We playing?
Yeah,
We're done. No, I guess we can't. Are we?
Sons of bitches. You're keeping all up. He's tired.
Where's Evan? It's 11.
Is it? Yeah. Midnight.
He has his playtest nights, eh?
He usually doesn't do that on this. He does that
Usually here by 11.
Thursday. Yeah, I don't know.
Didn't you guys ever live at East Coast and then move to Central, or just me? Did you grow up in Central Time, Lance?
I've lived here all my life. So
Yeah, I've been East Coast.
I grew up in Eastern, and I felt like it was like a special power being in Central Time.
Really?
Because everything is like, oh, everything's on an hour earlier. All the TV shows are on an hour earlier. It felt like I got ahead of everybody an hour earlier. I mean, it's weird because I was still talking to people on East Coast, so kind of like a superpower.
Yeah, I guess it would. Yeah. Never thought it that way.
Just.
Well, what if you were in the West Coast? Then? You kind of
Well, I've only lived in the West Coast one time, and then I felt ultra powerful because that gives you 4 hours extra.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Even in my a couple of my cousins, they moved from Philly to the West Coast, and then back to Virginia, and then eventually they branched out. Some of them in PA, and some of them down in Virginia still.
Kabuki shaming me for not knowing who Jetpack was. I know the name now that you mentioned it. It didn't ring a bell.
Yeah, it's not like he's done much.
Does he play the keyboard?
40 years.
No, he doesn't play the keyboard.
I'm kidding. I know.
Silly Forest.
So it truly was going to be half an hour. I'm coming up on a half an hour now, I think. There's got to be something else people could talk about.
Well, no, the weird thing is
I watched
that
the menu.
Oh,
I also watched Glass Onion.
I thought Glass Onion was okay.
What do
Exactly.
you think,
I thought it was okay.
Yeah.
Not as good as the first movie. The first movie was magical. The second one is when it was not magical.
Did you see
So
it,
the
Matt?
weird thing about Glass Onion was that they made that. Oh, excuse me. They made that movie, and they had basically the character that's supposed to be Elon Musk, obviously. It's just supposed to be a parody or whatever. But they made that movie before Elon Musk, before this whole weird, I went insane and I'm kind of an idiot and Twitter and everything else like that. They made that as a parody of him. And then, true life comes to full circle to the truth or what have you. So I was like, that's kind of neat.
So I didn't understand.
They made fun of themselves a couple. Yeah.
Are we allowed to talk about spoilers? I guess this is not really a spoiler.
Did you see it, Matt? I don't know if Matt saw it. I did. Matt did not.
There's a moment
I
in the
haven't seen
movie.
either.
Oh, you haven't seen either one? Well, whatever. This is not going to make any sense to you, though. There's a moment in the movie where a murder is solved in about 20 seconds.
Yeah.
And I don't understand that. Like, it went so fast. I couldn't tell.
I mean,
what was the point of that?
Well, it's a Rian Johnson thing. Subvert your expectations, that sort of thing.
Like, I would have rather that played out a little bit instead of having it solved in 30 seconds. Because I thought it was like, oh, that's kind of interesting what's happening with it. But then it was not interesting. And then I'm like, oh, well, okay. Suck.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
No, I mean, it wasn't as far as like the
it didn't have as many moving parts, I think, as the first one.
No, it was for me. It felt like it was one of those things where it was like, oh, aren't we clever? For a murder mystery, they really gave away the murder mystery pretty easily, right? It was more about the story.
I actually thought it was going to be somebody else, but because there was some things that happened that I'm like, that's an odd thing. And I would say what it is, but I don't want to spoil anything, so I'm not going to say what it was. But anyway,
the red herring.
I mean, I liked the Glass Onion itself. Like, I liked the whole locale with all the stuff, like the excessive amounts of, the wealth of the island, which was kind of cool. There was lots of interesting things there, like the car on the ledge or whatever. That was kind of funny.
Yeah. No, I know what you're saying.
The electric
they-
car or whatever it was. No, it was not electric. It was some kind of race car.
They did poke fun at the whole genre a little bit, yeah. Which I thought was humorous.
They had fun with it.
Yeah.
I want to watch that that new one with Christian Bale on Netflix, the Pale Blue Eye or whatever.
With
okay.
I did see
Edgar Allan
that.
Poe.
Yeah,
Yeah, the Edgar Allan Poe thing. I want to watch that.
I did see that. I
What is
saw
it?
Pale Blue Eyes, I think it's called.
Pale Blue Eye or Pale Blue Eyes.
Yeah.
It's based off a pretty famous novel.
But it's
Oh.
Edgar Allan Poe before he's when he was up in West Point.
I don't know who Ray Manzarek is. Kooky kid. Sorry.
Really? From the Doors.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's the keyboard. Yeah.
Makes sense.
What was it?
Who was the
Norm
who was the
Macdonald.
Al-
Norm Macdonald had a.
Do you know who Alan Wilder is? Anyone?
Norm Macdonald had a very funny tweet. Ray Manzarek passed away like 4 or 5 years ago, and it said Ray Manzarek dead at 77. The curse of the Doors. Just like,
So what's Pale Blue Eye about?
it's a story about like basically these murders are happening at West Point in the 1800s, and
Okay.
and Edgar Allan Poe was a cadet at West Point. I mean, he that's in real life he was, and so then they have basically these murders start happening there, and then this guy actually asks Poe as a cadet to help him investigate the murders. And so then the idea is that, was this why Poe started writing about, creepy, horrible things and stuff like that? So it's stuff like that.
Yeah.
All right. I'll watch it. There's I got a lot to watch.
I'd watch. There's a museum for Poe in Philly. I've never been to, but it's been there. Yeah.
Never been where?
He lived in Philly for a while, and they have a house that he lived in that they turned into a museum. But I had never.
Were you
been to it.
neighbors?
Nah, I live probably a mile in each
Okay.
direction away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little older too. Actually, wait, let me think about this. No, my people weren't here. Now, one family was. Yeah, when he was alive, I think one family was here. Me and Joe were talking about like the art museum. Never been. I was in it once at a grade school thing, but if it weren't for that, I'd never be in it. Yeah, the Academy of Natural Science. I went to that a few times. I enjoyed that, but all them other museums, I never really went to. Roddenberry Museum. Do you guys go to all that stuff in your cities?
And
What?
like,
Been a
Like the
while.
museums and all that? Like I live directly around the
Yeah, I've
corner.
been to museums in Dallas, but they're not that exciting to me.
I used to work in a museum, so
Did it? I was like I've been to the Liberty Bell, but they changed it all since I was there. I was there. It was very young. Me and Jen were talking about that. Like now you can't even get up to it. Before when I was there, you could. People are actually taking pieces of it with it. That's why they encased it. But that whole area, I went down there to the Revolutionary War Museum, which just opened a couple years ago. But I lived directly around the corner from the art museum for 12 years. Never been to it once. Never even thought about it. Yeah.
why is that?
I'm not really into art like that. It's like if I remember, they had armor. Like a medieval armor. They had a display of that. I got into that, but art itself, I don't really understand it. It's how they present and all that. I either like it or I don't.
I think like old art is kind of like, in my opinion, it's kind of like one of those things where it's like somebody made this. It's the provenance of it, right? Just like that somebody would have made that how long ago, and now you're looking at it, it's basically that's been transported through time to this point where you're looking at it. So, I mean, I think that's kind of more than anything, in my opinion, is where I dig it. I mean, but I mean, like, I don't know. It's tough to. I mean, I've definitely wandered around art museums, and it was one of those things where, I mean, like, you can kind of take or leave it a little bit, as far as that goes. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, like I said, art just like, even I've been through all the Smithsonian's, except for the art museum. This is not my thing. Jen's not into it really either, I don't think. But she can draw, which surprises me. I figure she'd be into it a little bit more.
Well, screw this. If he's not showing up and Evan's not showing up, I mean,
Screw that.
we got the initials. They can come in late, whatever. I got my cards picked. I got everything going. This is from season 2 of the Initials game. You can get your own copies of the Initials game at initialsgame.com. Go check that out. My wife got me these for Christmas. I didn't get these sent to me, so I'm just giving that guy free pub now. There you go.
FT.
F T F T. All right.
Oh, Barry's there in the chat. You see what's going on?
Well, Barry knows how to get in if he wants to get in. I'm not gonna.
It might be too early.
5:20 for him.
Oh yeah, I forgot. 5 hours. All right, FT.
FT. Here we go.
FT.
Here we go. Clue number 1. Leslie Mann wanted this in 2005's The 40-Year-Old Virgin. Horatio Sands handled this in 2000's Road Trip. Involves soaking.
Aldi.
Aldi.
A foot tub.
Good guess. Good.
Clue number 4. Michael Scott once made an insane amount of this on NBC's The Office.
I've never seen it.
Most commonly seen in the morning.
Barry.
Barry.
French toast.
French toast is correct. Yes. Commonly near powdered sugar, maple syrup, and bacon. There you go. I like a good French toast.
So do I.
Me too.
I haven't had one in a while.
Love French
Yeah.
toast. If it's good.
Yeah.
If it's real custardy inside, not bready, custardy.
Custardy inside. I don't know. I just like it when I gotta make sure. I like it when the bread is crisp. I don't like it when it's soggy. I mean, I don't know why. I'm pretty particular about my French toast.
So I don't think you would like the custardy.
No.
Inside, the internal texture.
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
But that and the and just not, and I don't like it with a bunch of powdered sugar on it. I like it with just a little bit of syrup. Just a little bit of syrup, not much, just a little bit.
Maple syrup.
Yeah, maple syrup. And then you see people like, I see people like load it up with like whipped cream and stuff. No, just I want to taste the bread, and I want to taste the and a little bit of cinnamon,
A little cinnamon.
Yeah.
I taste the cinnamon.
Natural.
I taste the cinnamon. That.
A little bit of ice and sugar.
A little bit of ice and sugar.
All right, here we
I
go.
actually like that own. Never mind. Go ahead.
Your cat just jumped on your wires, whatever it was doing.
Yeah, I know. Seen in the 1973 Disney movie Robin Hood.
Aldi.
Molly.
Briar Tuck.
Come
Come on,
Whoa!
that's right.
It is.
Maybe.
I'm right.
For that clue, maybe. Clue number 2. Cersei saw one in a season 5 episode of Game of Thrones.
Cersei saw one.
Seen in 1995's Mallrats. Connected to kids and origami. A famous one appeared in 1988's Big. Final clue. They predict future events in a person's life.
Aldi.
You can't. You already guessed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
5,
Barry.
Matt.
4. Barry.
Fortune teller.
Fortune teller is correct. There you go.
Jesus.
It's Blarney, Scott. You had me fucked up there.
I'm out of
Didn't realize
practice,
you were
I'm
out.
That's
Nah,
your wife
this-
was telling me. Clue number 1. Often connected to romance. Number 2. Sometimes connected to lies.
To what?
Lies.
Lies. Lies. Lies.
Oh, force it back.
Oh, okay.
Lies.
Wait for him to get in here. And I'll repeat the first 2 clues from him. Hey, look who's back.
Hey,
Where did you go?
made a live stream.
Oh, neat. Anyway, we're doing initials.
Cool.
FT is your so here you go. Often connected to romance, sometimes connected to lies were the first 2 clues. We're only on number 3, so here you go. And just so you know, the first 2 were
Friar Tuck and
no, French toast and fortune teller were the first 2. So
Blarney,
Yes.
Scott. Fucking Blarney.
here you go. Number 3, commonly entertain kids. Commonly connected to Walt Disney. Known for endings. Final clue. A children's story that often features Matt, go ahead.
Fairy tale.
Fairy tale is correct. Very well done, Matthew.
Well done, Matt.
good job.
Well done. All right, here you go. Clue number 1. One of these exploded in 1996 Mission Impossible. Excuse me, 1996's Mission Impossible. Number 2. Romeo and Juliet looked through one in a 1996 film. Appeared in 1999's Deuce Bigelow Male Gigolo.
Matt.
Matthew.
Fish tank.
Fish Tank is correct. Well done. Commonly
Deuce
featured,
Bigelow gave it away.
Yep.
Did it?
I've never seen it.
commonly feature castles. These often features filters, heaters, thermometers, animals, and water.
I've
It's a
seen like half
cinematic
of it.
classic.
Yeah. What? How many Oscars did it win?
It's up there with
Well-
Citizen Kane, Scott.
Is this Citizen Kane of,
Arguably the second movie
Of
even
male
surpasses
gigolos.
the original.
male
He takes her
prostitute?
across the pond.
Well, yeah, and I just remember they had the scene where the guy was in the hot tub trying to eat ice cream, and like he dropped it in the hot tub and it started melting, and he was still trying to get it back on his ice cream cone. It was
Oh, that's classic comedy there.
yeah, it is. It is.
Hilarious.
It is classic comedy. The funny thing about that is that
It was over.
no, he so Rob Schneider like had like somebody like did a somebody like gave him gave his some movie critic gave the movie like just a scathing review, like this is garbage. And
Yeah.
then
Worst movie ever.
and then Rob Schneider like took umbrage to it and said something like basically said something along the lines of, it's like, oh, you know, it's just like I took a moment to go ahead and look and see if you had ever won an award or
Created
something
anything,
like that.
made a, yeah.
Yeah, I did ever anything, and it appears that like, no, you've never done anything or whatever.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you know,
I've seen them.
yeah, and then you didn't win. You haven't ever won a Pulitzer Prize, so I don't see how you can like, you know, like he basically said something like that. And then so Roger Ebert said, you know, dear Rob Schneider, after seeing your response to this critic, I would just like to take a moment as a winner of a Pulitzer Prize. Your movie sucks. Just like, which was like pretty good. All right, here we go.
I miss Roger Ebert.
Yeah, he was a funny man.
You can watch those episodes on YouTube. I watch them
They're
all the
they're
time.
almost all on YouTube in really bad quality, but the audio is not bad.
It's not terrible. Yeah, it's not great, but
I went down a YouTube rabbit hole with that. Anyway, continue.
I watch them when I do the dishes all the time.
Yeah,
and I just watched one. The worst movies of 1980. It was great.
Yeah, those are good. Those are I like the worst movie ones.
They were fantastic.
All right, here we go. Often connected to medicine. Features tracing. This is charted.
Here goes your cat again.
Often researched or investigated. Connected to genetics. Aldi.
Family Tree.
Family Tree is correct. Well done.
Thank you.
Nicely done.
Got one.
Here we go. Number one. Brand had these in 1985's The Goonies.
Who had it?
Brand. Played by what actor? Brand in The Goonies.
Yeah, it was Thanos.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Oh, what's his name?
Josh
Brolin.
Brolin,
Yeah, Josh Brolin. A young Josh Brolin playing
FT.
Brand.
He had an FT.
Yeah. Connected to swearing in 1983's A Christmas Story.
Barry. Flat tire.
Flat tire.
Oh yeah, I had it. I was there, almost there. I remember the scene.
Yeah. Oh.
Fudge.
Yeah.
Fudge.
Have you guys watched the new one?
No.
Is it good?
I fell
Anybody?
asleep to it.
Not watch it. Nobody's watched it? Ah, bummer. Nobody
Generally-
I
watched
did.
it.
It's amazing.
It's amazing.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's really good.
My wife hates
Amazing.
the original. Maybe I can convince
Does
her to
she?
watch it.
How
Yeah.
can you hate
It's
the
quite good.
original?
She didn't
Ah,
like
yeah,
it.
who is your what?
We're
Oh,
going
How
out
is
to
that
eat.
possible?
We're going out to eat. What's open on Christmas? Just a duck. It's staring at me. Oh. It's so good. All right, here we go.
That's your scene that you quote on for Christmas.
Oh,
I just- it sounds like
A
he-
million other scenes.
The father was so good. The father made that movie. He
Yeah.
was-
Fragile. Must be Italian.
and this that
Must be.
that night, my father took the broken pieces of the lamp and buried them in the yard.
Jay got me a nightlight in the shape of the lamp.
Oh.
For Christmas ones.
It's a
I
big
said-
prize. All right, here we go. Connected to Anna Kendrick in 2012's What to Expect When You're Expecting. Dan Aykroyd had one in 1988's Caddyshack 2,
Here's Evan.
which, mind you, is one of the worst movies of all time.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
It was pretty horrible.
Uh,
Evan, it's FT. F
F.
is in Frank, T is in anyway.
Got
Featured in the 2014 Jon Favreau film Chef.
Oh,
Matt.
Matt,
I I thought I heard Aldi.
I think I got in before you. At least I heard myself first.
Yeah,
I think I heard myself first.
Nah,
All right,
I heard Scott.
Kabuki.
Kabuki has
Let's
to
do
role play that.
be the arbiter of reality, Kabuki. We'll have to wait.
What the way?
Nah.
Lance wants to know where the hell were you, Evan? He's been waiting all night for initials.
Band practice, man. Band practice.
See, I told you he was busy doing something.
That guy.
That guy. He just
Good job.
you do a lot of shit, man.
Dude.
I had a hair. I had a hair. on me.
Aldi by a
Which is
hair.
weird. I thought I had a full second, not a hair. But
No,
anyway,
Aldi
I
by
heard
hair. What's
Matt
your
over
answer?
talking.
it's a food truck.
It's a food truck.
truck.
Is correct. It is a
Oh,
food
yeah.
truck.
There it is.
T.
There you go.
Now I really want to watch Siskel and Ebert or Ebert and Roper, whatever the hell, talk about meatballs or
Caddyshack.
Caddyshack too. I want to
Can
see
you
the
search
review
by
on that.
movie? God, I wish there was a database of all that.
You just need to
search for
look
it.
when the original releases and probably watch the,
Oh, and then
the
find
episode
that.
after.
Yeah,
I
maybe.
watched a really fantastic thing that this guy made an hour-long thing about why the new MST3K isn't as good as the old MST3K. And it isn't just a guy just saying, hey, these old things are just better because of whatever. He like goes
Breaks it down.
deep dive into like basically how like the rapidity of the jokes and the fact that like, you know, and just like how many of them are like pop culture compared to whatever, how many of them are this and that. And he's like, why was the original MST3K funnier? It was because of this, that, and the other thing. It was crazy. And it was really good. The guy did a really good job of it. So
Are you going Hollywood Hogan over there?
NWO, baby. New World
Wasn't he
Order.
in that very briefly?
New World Order. New World Order.
He was. I think he was.
Briefly,
When he-
no,
when he
he
went
was
heel.
there
He was
forever.
in there for
He
a
went
while.
heel and then he went into the New World Order.
Oh, I could talk
He
about the
joined
NWO
Scott-
forever. The
Scott
NWO
Hall.
was could have been. It is one of the greatest things that ever happened in wrestling, and it could have been the greatest thing
was
that ever
awesome.
happened in wrestling, but they screwed it up. And
Who was
I
the
could
other
talk-
guy? It was Scott Hall and somebody else. Anyway.
Kevin
Scott
Nash.
Hall, Kevin Nash, and Hollywood
yeah.
Hulk Hogan.
Don't
Anyway, here
turn
we
your
go.
back on the wolf pack.
No, that's what ruined it. Is when they busted up the NWO into two slices. No, it was horrible. Anyway, here we go. Number one
so
has
it was
appeared
horrendous.
in both the DC and Marvel universes. Appeared in the Chronicles of Narnia series by C.S. Lewis. In a sense, was played by Sacha Baron Cohen.
Matt.
Matt.
Mark Twain.
Mark Twain starts with an F. Interesting.
Oh, sorry. What am I thinking? FT. Oh my god.
Frank Twain.
Sorry.
I meant Frank Twain.
I'm doing too many things at once here. Damn
In
it.
a sense, was played by Sacha Baron Cohen in 2016's Alice Through the Looking Glass. Commonly bearded. Sometimes depicted with an hourglass.
Evan.
Oh, I know what it is.
Evan.
Father Time.
Yep.
Father Time
Nice.
is correct. Yes.
Mark Twain, close.
Shut up. Shut up.
And I'm the stoned one.
There you go.
Samuel Clemens.
Here we go. Number one. Connected to effort. Connected to great enthusiasm.
Who's this? Oh, Grant's here.
Oh, look who's slumming. Look who's slumming, everyone.
Oh,
The initials are FT, Grant, if you want to get in. FT are the initials.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
T as in
Mark
Father
Twain has
Time.
already been guessed.
Yeah, Mark
Twain.
Twain was already
Already
guessed for
guessed.
FT.
also
Anyway.
foot tub and
What are we up to here?
was the other one?
Number
There
8.
you go. Connected to effort. Connected to great enthusiasm. This is a 21st century
Matt.
energy drink. Matt,
Full throttle.
full throttle.
Redeemed.
Nice.
Redeemed. Yes.
Don't you mean mole throttle?
That's a stretch.
Oh, the middle finger scratch. I got the middle finger scratch for Matthew.
You
Oh,
this-
all right. Here we go. We only got 5 left, so we'll wrap up here. Anyway, here we go. Number 1 appeared at the end of 1985's Teen Wolf. Appeared in an iconic 1986 Gene Hackman movie. In 1991, was famously accomplished with both eyes closed. Aldi.
Free throw?
Free throw is correct. That was Jordan did that. He's like, this is for you. And he closed his eyes and he shot a free throw.
Man,
Yeah,
That was
it had to
even
be
down on
something
my list.
basketball.
Well,
I've been sitting on free throw for like the whole game, trying to wait, like find anything that sort of maybe.
Yeah. Especially knowing the
Full
creators
throttle
of
was the
this.
one I was sitting on the whole game.
Yeah, closed eyes.
Remember-
That was it. Done.
Remember when I can't remember that a basketball player's name who passed away, died on the floor, and then
Oh.
his team went to this
Hank Gathers.
Hank Gathers, and
Huh.
then was it Bo Kimball? Was that the guy's name?
What an amazing movie that was.
Which one?
But
The
I just
Hank
remember
Gathers
like
story.
Oh,
so
Is
so
it just called
the
Hank Allen story?
yeah, and Hank Gathers was left-handed, and his best friend on the team when they were in the March Madness tournament, whenever he went up play for Loyola Marymount, whenever he went up to his very first free throw, he shot it one-handed, left-handed, and he didn't miss it once. Like he shot his
Wow.
first free throw left-handed with one hand and didn't miss it once in honor of his friend. Hank Gathers was like at the time was only the second person ever to lead the league in both scoring and rebounding. Who was the only other
Wow.
person at that time who had done that? Grant might know this. This is a really weird
Well, what
Uh,
league are you talking about? You're talking about the
Milt-
NCAA?
college.
Wayne
Yeah,
Berman.
college.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only person to lead it in rebounding and scoring?
Yep, because Hank Gathers was the second guy to do it. Who was the
Blue Al
first?
Cinder.
No, it was Xavier McDaniel of all
Oh.
people.
Huh.
Yeah, just college is weird because if you play in a weak conference, you can score a lot of points if all the balls go through you, kind of thing. Anyway, here you go. Connected to Tom Hanks, Courtney Cox, and Gina Davis. Featured an architect and a
Matt.
television. Ooh, go ahead.
Family Ties.
Family Ties is correct. Yeah, the
Matthew.
architect gave it away, didn't it? Huh?
Had that
No,
one in
Gina
his back
Davis did
pocket.
actually.
Oh, really?
She was the housekeeper
Davis?
that really couldn't give very good haircuts.
I saw a thing about her recently. They talked about how like she was on the top of the world, and she was in that pirate movie that totally bombed, and then she became box office poison, and then she like vanished off the face of the earth. Yeah,
What was that movie?
Cutthroat
Believe,
Island.
Cutthroat
That's
Island.
She was in Long Kiss Goodnight, which was pretty good. I like that movie.
That was a great movie.
There's
I
a
love
bunch of
that
good stuff.
movie.
Yeah, I think it was a
Uh,
cult thing though. Yeah, I don't think it did well when it came out.
Samuel Jackson was in that.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Named after an Italian Catholic priest.
Aldi.
Aldi.
Fran Tarkenton.
Great quarterback.
It was a wild guess.
Yeah.
Number 2. There are 2. Connected to eggs. These are sometimes removed.
Matt.
Ooh. Cookie.
No, I didn't.
Ollie
say
already
anything.
answered.
I just said, oh.
Oh, okay, Matt, go ahead.
Aldi.
Fallopian tubes.
Fallopian tubes is correct. Yes. Well done. Well done. 2 left. Matt's in the lead. Aldi and Barry can tie.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Number 1.
Let's see a three-way tie.
Featured in 2000's Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? featured a singing hobo in 1985's Pee-wee's Big Adventure? Appeared in 1988's Midnight Run. Great movie. Love that movie.
That the deer hunter guy.
Yeah, De Niro.
That's a great movie.
The Super C was
Matt.
once considered the
Yeah, you
world's
beat me
Matthew.
to
Go
it.
ahead.
Freight train.
Yeah.
Freight train. Barry, where were you on that one?
I was about to say it when Matt got
Yeah, whatever. I should have said Barry got hit by one.
I worked on passenger trains, totally different systems. Thank you. Totally different gauges, actually.
Yeah, this is the last one. This is Evan and Grant. This is your last chance to have glory. At least get a point.
I mean, I don't count. Oh, zero. I came in. There were 5 questions.
Yeah, whatever. Show up earlier. Anyway, famously connected to a death. Famously connected.
I didn't even hear what you said. That was just the. That's why-
Famously, famously connected to a death.
Death.
Death. DEATH. Famously connected to a death.
Okay.
Connected to our American cousin. Found in Washington, D.C. Once featured a person shouting sic semper tyrannis.
The Ford Theater.
There you go, Grant. You didn't
There you
say
go,
your
Matt.
name, but
I was
yeah.
trying to
Power,
think of
power, power.
Bauer.
I've
I'm
been there. I was
surprised
trying to
the-
think of it.
I'm surprised the Freedom Trail wasn't one of those.
It's not over.
It is over.
It's also a game made by a morning sports DJs, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not that surprised it's not on there. I think that's why it skews towards sports a lot of the time. And
Well,
I feel like this one does
Thomas
less,
wasn't
though.
on there.
Frank Thomas.
Excuse-
Big Hurt, baby.
Yeah, I know.
It skews towards sports, and Frank Thomas wasn't on there anymore.
So
I know Frank
underrated.
Tarkinson.
Yeah,
Hey, make your own damn game if you
Yeah.
I did, Lance.
How'd that go? How is that going? Anyway?
Yeah, how's your game going there?
I mean, boy, I'll tell you, you want to do well with a party game, release it during a global pandemic.
Yeah.
Party game.
Yeah.
The timing was bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit.
I can see that. I can see that.
All you could do is second edition.
Which came
we're working on that actually. We're,
All
with rules changes and stuff.
Nice. The first one sell out or close to?
Yeah, I mean it was a
Awesome.
small,
That is
it was a
good.
small print
Which-
run, but
Which one was it?
yeah.
Curmudgeon?
Curmudgeon.
Imagine.
Curmudgeon.
It might
I got
come
that
back.
one on my shelf.
It might get picked up eventually. You know.
Yeah.
Is it still out in the channel?
It's what? Wait, is it still what?
Out in the chat? Like, is it available? Can you buy it?
Yeah. I don't. They don't have that many left, which is
Oh.
one of the reasons they wanted
I guess-
to do another edition.
Oh, well, sold out.
Is it sold out?
Oh, I mean, if it's not, if there's not
It's
any
close
left,
to.
I like-
sold
I
out.
like it was like, are you telling me this?
No, no,
I don't
if you say
know.
there's not many left, I have to assume it's been all sold out, right?
Yeah,
So,
but
yeah,
it was a
so-
small print run,
Oh,
so
okay.
it's not like not like that's crazy impressive.
I see.
That's
Yeah.
how some
No,
stuff.
I
No,
mean,
no, no,
That's
no,
kind
no,
of
no.
impressive,
Don't do
yeah.
that. There are a lot of games.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
cannot say that, man.
I think they printed. I can't remember if they did 1,000 or 1,500 when they printed them.
Still. Yeah.
Still
So-
awesome.
Yeah, they start. Everybody
Yeah.
starts somewhere.
Hey man.
But it was bad timing, man.
Yeah, no, it was very bad timing.
I like
got
how
another
Evan
game.
cut off. It was just like, hey, man.
Hey, man.
Mm.
No,
I
that
got
was
another
just
game
like-
coming out this year that I think will be good. So we'll see.
That's the enthusiasm I like to hear from my board game creator.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I mean, to be fair, to be honest, the game I have coming out this year is better than Curmudgeon. Like I can say that for sure. You know, Curmudgeon has like one or two too many rules for the experience that it is.
Yeah.
I wish, and in fact, like a second edition, we're trying to like streamline it,
Yeah.
a little bit.
That's
Nice.
usually what second editions are.
Yeah. So
Your first game.
That was my first game, and I feel like I
Yeah.
learned some from it. And the next game I think is gonna be, it's real fun. It's a drawing party game. I'm terrible at drawing, so it's a game that's not really about the drawing. The drawing is a vehicle to other stuff.
Yeah.
So essentially, you have to do this drawing, but you score 0 points based on the drawing. Then you have to answer questions based on the character in the drawing. So, like, even if it's bad, it's funny because people are like, "What is this? What?" Like,
I dig it. You gonna be showing it off at like Origins or Gen Con or anything?
And that depends on the publisher. I'd like to. So we'll see.
What's your convention schedule looking like this year? Everything?
Oh yeah, I mean most everything.
BGG.
Some of it depends on who wants to like bring me in too,
Yeah.
So like I don't know about Dice Tower West yet. They kind of mentioned something to me briefly, but we've had no real conversations about it. And definitely Gamma, probably Origins, probably Gen Con.
It's
Let's
actually
see, Gamma.
pronounced Gama.
Yeah.
Game.
Is it really?
Yeah.
No,
Oh, hey, you're all just
Like,
full of it.
it's
Gamma.
Gamma.
Yeah.
But it's just Gamma trade show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you gonna go?
No,
to
we
any?
changed the name to Expo.
I don't know. Probably not.
Yeah. I mean, I want to come back to BGG too. It was so
Yeah,
fun.
let's make BGGCon happen. I'll invite you
God.
right now on screen. Everybody can see it.
Everybody can see.
Well, and also
Yeah, let's do it again. I thought it was
Yeah.
great.
my girlfriend had such a great time there too,
I had a
Oh,
great
yeah,
time.
she
I had a
was awesome.
blast. I thought it was awesome.
She was awesome.
Yeah.
It was definitely
was
the best
really
thing
good
of
at
the year
whatever
for
that-
me.
Whatever that game we played around the table, she was like,
Oh, that.
Oh yeah, when we were playing
Eric's
Time's Up.
kind of bastardized version of.
Yeah.
Time's
Whatever,
Up.
Time's Up.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Time's
it was
Up.
fun.
man.
Well, and I don't know
make
if I told
make times up hard for hardness sake. I mean, like, I don't understand that, but whatever. It's his game.
Yeah. I don't know if I told you
There was
too.
also that was a weird night.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
right. That was we had some
There
extra.
was some drinking going on. Drinking.
Yes. Yes. I had a good
changes
time, but
people's-
yeah.
So did some other people.
Yes. Good time had by all. Some more than others.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of forgot about BGGCon for a little bit there. I don't know. It's weird. Like,
Because it was so
it
good.
blinked out of my mind, and I was on to like holiday stuff, and then
Yeah.
here we are in New Year.
It was so good that if you thought about the experience, you would be sad that you weren't still having it.
There's
So you
another
had
one
to
coming
block it
up in a
out.
few months.
I might have
Excellent.
blocked it out a little bit.
Yeah, I don't
Not
think-
blacked it out. Blacked it out. Blocked it out.
That too.
That too.
All those things.
You guys already go over like your top games of the year and stuff. Did you do that last
Yeah.
week?
That's a good point. That is a good thing to do. We should have done that like 2 hours ago, Lance. We were kind of trying to think of things to do.
It's like, what are
Do
you,
you have
like
a
a
top 10?
content provider or something? What do you?
Yeah.
Content-
What do you
Some kind of content provider.
You have good ideas for stuff to talk
Yeah.
about? That's weird.
I got a cool game from last year that I
think-
played that I really like. That's Game Crafter one. So, and I
That's it.
think this one they really should kickstart it.
What is it?
What's it
It's
called?
called Doom Pilgrim.
How did I
Me-
not see this? I
Well,
bought
here-
like almost all.
Pilgrim.
Here's the problem with this though. This box costs $45 right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I
Probably,
seriously, I'm
Well-
gonna reach out to the guy and be like, you should 100% kickstart this. It's super
And
simple.
produced.
Setup is like like I could set it up right now and play a game. You put 3 cards, and all the cards have like this really like just unique dark art style on it. You put 3 cards face up, and then you pick 1 card to just trash, get rid of it. You don't have to deal with it. one card to go on the adventure on the card, and
Those are
one
fun.
card to put back on the bottom of the pile. You might have to interact with it later. And on the back of these cards, like tons. Look at all this text. Look at all this text. It's like, it's insane. You go on
Story.
this crazy adults only, like there's sex and there's like bad stuff and violence and crazy stuff. And it's a really cool idea. It's such a cool idea. And I
This
think
guy's got a ton of stuff like dark.
yeah, and I
dark,
think that this could go so well on Kickstarter because it'd just be like, start working on more cards right now. You got the 90, you make this big tuck box, and then you just stretch goals, card after card after card. Because I'm pretty sure the person does the artwork and the things. Like they just
Yeah,
need
it's
to
one
polish up
person.
the rules. Yeah, I think this would be one that a lot of people would like. And being like Lance said, being a large tuck box card game. That's the way to go, right?
I mean, that's
Box-
cool, but adult stuff's tough to sell, man.
It is.
That's a tough sell.
His stuff is really dark. I love it.
Yeah,
We were
I,
at Gamma
You-
last in 2020. Speaking of adult stuff, and do you remember Evan? You were there, right?
Yeah.
You remember that booth of the two ladies that were selling like adult? They had like an adult store, and they had some adult board games they were trying to like hawk.
I don't think so. I don't know if I saw that.
is it when do they have the group sex line? That's like the name of the game. Not trying to be offensive, but it's like
Maybe I don't know, but it
let
was
me- let me
so
grab-
funny because
let me get
you
this.
look at them and like they were nice. I chatted with them for a
Yeah.
couple of minutes, but they were dressed so differently than everybody else at the con. Like, and I'm not talking like provocative or anything. It was just like a different, completely
Yeah.
different. And they stood out a little bit. It was kind of funny.
Yeah. Well, I hope they did well with it. I mean, it's one of those things where, like, I don't judge. I just
No, it was cool. I was glad to see.
I assume that the
extra
market's really
verticals.
tough for that.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's like if you are the one who's puts it out, so then you're gonna have a rabid audience. I don't know.
See the double play line. They got a whole bunch of like sex themes games.
Oh, cool.
Like
Oh, cool.
no. I remember seeing them at Gen Con years ago and being like, and here's the thing, like that you don't think about until you go to like convention after convention at Gen Con. You see companies come and go. Like Scott, you see
Yeah.
that. Like they come and go, and sometimes you'll see a company and be like, yeah, I don't think they're probably gonna be here in say 2 or 3 years for whatever reason. And like I thought that about them. And they've been there, I think, like I think they're still there. So they're figuring out ways to hawk the sex games. So kudos to them. Good for them.
I
Yeah.
can see a legacy type game.
Oh my
being
god, that'd be amazing. You okay if I
There you
steal
go,
that
Evan.
ideas, Matt? You gonna be mad if I come out with
take it,
All right.
run with it,
I've got this will be my second game.
make
design
love
on my
to
phone.
it, Forrest.
I could start up an OnlyFans and you can watch the playtest.
Uh,
Do I have to pay for it though?
No, I get you I'll get you whatever they call the subscriber. I'll throw them out. No, that
You're gonna be fully clothed though, right?
yes,
one of you have to be.
a sex legacy game. I just feel like that's such an interesting Kickstarter to make that you're going to get so many people who click on it just out of pure interest, especially if I actually put in like the polish, like to make it like a nice looking Kickstarter.
Uh-huh.
Like,
Well,
Hmm.
I had that guy reach out to me
Screw
that
the
had
game.
that. Was it the guy reached out to me with the Kickstarter? He wanted me to help him with this game called Bag of Penis.
Yep.
I've
Yes.
seen that.
is it good?
It never came to fruition.
I mean, I saw
Oh,
it,
no.
but I don't think I ever. I mean, I saw the name.
it never firmed up.
Hey.
Oh.
Hey. Hey now.
Sorry.
Hey now.
You're an all-star.
Get your game on.
Go.
Play.
I feel like this is where the host should like steer the ship back
Nope.
to
Nope.
Yeah. Lance,
Keep
where are you?
going.
Chime in here, man.
like this is normally where Barry would
Save
take
me.
over.
I'm letting you roll with it.
So Actually, speaking of GameCrafter, there's one dude on GameCrafter that I follow on Facebook, and he's super talented. And he needs some more
Glover?
recognition. His name is Jason Glover.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I love Dig Down
He's the
Dwarf.
best.
Jason does some amazing. I mean, his I really dig his illustration style because it harkens
Games are
back
good
to like
too.
the first edition D&D stuff, and it's just I love it. I just love it.
He's
I
got
just wish
one of
we
my
could get more
favorite solo
I
games of all
played
time.
almost all his games. They're really good.
Are they? I
I don't love the flipping tile one over, but I like the gate, and I like the dungeon stuff, and I like all the other stuff. But I don't like that flipping Rothgar, I think it's called. Not my favorite.
Let's see, I've checked out a couple of
I mean,
his
it's
too.
cool, but it's not like I don't like memory games.
Iron Hell
I'm
is
with you, Scott.
spectacular if you're a solo gamer. Like I
Do you
cannot
guys-
recommend Iron Helm enough.
Do you
Oh, yeah.
remember
It's
that
one of the best.
arcade game that would be in like laundromats called Rygar?
Yeah.
I love
Oh, yeah, I
Ryan.
remember.
Yeah. You get like
With
the,
the
the
spinning disc
shield.
thing.
the
It
spinning
was
disc,
the
and you're like,
weirdest fucking game too.
It was.
I
It
was
was
watching.
awesome.
I was watching a Joel McHale interview with Jimmy Kimmel, I think, and they were talking about just he was making this trek from Canada because he was filming in Canada down to the States, and it was like this bizarre. Tried to Uber across the border, and they weren't legally allowed to because then you'd be working in the States. Anyways, and then Joel kind of went off on his tangent about being in arcades when you were a kid, and he's like, I was always like wanted to play like Defender, but there was this guy with like quarters all up on the glass, so I had to like settle and play Stargate instead. And he's like, nobody got that joke. It's the same game for anybody who knows the two. No,
Defender Stargate.
come on, Scott, you can back me
Yeah,
up
yeah,
on
I know. Yeah, I got it. It's not really that funny.
No, but it was he kind of turned to the camera. He's like, and nobody at home got that joke. I'm like, I did.
Oh my gosh, I have a mechanism for my sex game. No, serious. Hear me out. I'm gonna keep it clean.
I
clean,
think
but
you
I
might
think
have to call it an apparatus, though.
no, but for real, I'm brainstorming this right now. Here's
All right.
the idea:
Let's workshop it.
you get a handful of cards, right?
Moving on to Scott.
All going in depth about different things you can do, like some
Yep.
different, unique ideas, right? You get a handful of them. Both are all players. Put one into the pot, but then you also have, say, 3 or 4 randoms that pop in there. So no one feels embarrassed about what they're talking about. Nobody's like, oh, they can't pinpoint, oh, you're interested in that, because it could be a very random one. And then you start revealing which ones you would rank. Maybe it's a rankifying game. Like, I think that mechanism could really help ease people into some of these different ideas. Thoughts? Well, I mean, because here's the thing. I'm going to just give it another example. So let's say in the game, it was just like, what are you into? And it's like, you're not going to just go with the most hardcore thing, most likely, first. But
You
with
want
this,
people to be telling the truth?
yeah.
So are you asking them to actually personally?
I'm talking about a sex legacy game that we were
Yes.
talking about earlier. Yeah. So where it's like, so you and your wife, me and my wife might play it. And it's just, we throw them into there and, then you kind of see stuff. I don't know.
But I guess what I'm saying, if you want like a sex legacy game, it's about how your sex life changes and grows and deepens and all of that sort of stuff. I feel like you have to be playing characters. Fog of Love works because you're playing a character. If you were just doing you and your relationship, it would end every relationship.
I actually had to stop playing Fog of Love because of the
Like
it was like weird.
I'm
We
not
couldn't separate
trying to
the character
gamify
from
that
the-
much. I mean, I'm just trying to have you explore with your significant other. And then, but gamifying it though, I would say that you could then rate what you thought about that particular thing. And then you could turn that into a game. And so
you just go well.
you don't see it going well as a sex game?
No,
I mean, here's the deal. The moment okay, we all try to pretend that we're all adults and whatever, and
I
but
don't pretend.
yeah, okay. There's, some people are way more comfortable with putting it all out there, and some people aren't, and there's varying levels of all.
No, this is going to be a 2-player game. I'm not like
I
talking about like
understand
a
it's a
party
two-player game, but here's crazy reality for us. Even people that are like with people they've been married to for years aren't really open with each other about their sexuality and their needs and what have
Oh
you.
yeah, that's why we
And-
need more games about it. Like I've got like 5 of them.
you know
I love
what?
these
Yeah,
things.
I mean, games can definitely be something that can help facilitate, but games don't work for everybody. You can say that, well, just we need a bunch more games. No, you need like that's why there's counseling. That's why there's books.
Whoa,
That's why
whoa,
there's-
time out. Why are we taking this so hardcore? I'm just trying to make a game about boning.
but you are talking about it flippantly, and there's a lot of people that consider that their intimacy and their sex lives to be something that isn't to be talked about flippantly. They don't want to look at it as a joke. They don't want to look at it as something that is, something to like sit down and let's play a card game and try to figure out what you're into and what you're not into. Isn't that funny? I mean, it's just so yeah, sex is something that everybody does, and everybody has, like, I shouldn't say everybody, but like none of us would be here without it, right? But it is also one of the most intrinsically private and full of landmines discussion that most people aren't comfortable just applying a game to, or like being in some sort of comfort zone with, even with people they've been married to for decades. They don't feel secure or comfortable like sitting down and playing adult Monopoly or whatever with them. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm not expecting to make 1 million copies, but I mean, if
Well-
I make 500, and I think it'd just be a cool project. And I think there could be the potential interest in it.
No, I mean, absolutely. I mean, like, sex sells, right? I mean, it's just like it's something that is true across the board. But I mean, I don't know.
I mean, why not try and gamify it? Why can't I throw some Euro elements into a sex game? Why not try it out? And yeah, there's going to be a specifically niche market, but there's a specifically niche market for war games. I mean, there's a specifically
You'll
niche
sell
market
more.
for
If you make
18xx games.
if you make a well-made intrinsic, like super good realization and simulation of a war game, you will sell more copies of that than you will your sex Euro game. I'll say that right now. If you go to the trouble of making like a fantastic coin game that GMT puts out, you'll sell more copies of that.
I think there's a pretty large market that we don't see, like in adult shops.
I agree.
I've seen them in truck stops. It's a big trucker market, apparently. I think they're more in the mass market avenue, but I'm just saying, using Kickstarting as the crowdfunding platform.
Well,
I don't think
that's when you, and sorry to interrupt you, but that's where you're starting to like if you're going to do a mass market appeal, then you're not going to want to have Euro mechanisms. You're going to want it to be very, very basic. Pick a card, take a hand of 5 cards, and see if we can match up what we like when we get naked.
Well,
Hey,
then the Kickstarter will tell me that, But I think there's a middle ground here. Like I could make like just a drafting game. What if it's a drafting game? Like I'm talking.
Let's be completely fair. This will be something that you'll think about for 3 days and forget about. So
I don't know.
And then maybe you'll buy some more NFTs. Some more petty NFTs.
Yeah, he won't let you get that, will we, Forrest?
Well, I'm hodling. I'm hodling.
Mm.
I'm writing it down, Lance. I'm gonna spite make this game.
There was a 5%.
and I hope you make millions. Then I hope
There was a 5% increase in Bitcoin today in the last 8 hours, and Ethereum. Something's happening.
Diamond hands, baby. All those diamond hands. They're there to the moon.
To the moon.
To the moon, Alice.
To the moon.
I'm gonna hit it, guys.
Yeah.
Should I bring the Lambo around? All right, Scooter. I'll see you soon.
Stay easy. Don't say it too late.
Bye, Scott.
Bye, guys.
Ah,
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. You missed it.
So, Grant, what's new? What's amazing with you?
I mean, Not much, dude. Just working all the time. You know?
That sounds like a good thing.
Yeah, it's tiring, but I don't know how to not do it.
Yeah.
So when you say working all the time, are you doing like, is this like
Party
just
all the
completely
time?
comedy? Are you doing
No,
any other stuff? too?
party all the time.
All the different things that I do, you know?
Awesome, man. That's great.
You know, the
'Cause I see you're booking a ton of dates, which is amazing.
thanks, I appreciate it.
Super Bowl commercials.
Evan, can I make a
Comedy
request?
specials. 42.
Can you please consider talking to your band about doing a fucking metal cover of Party All the Time?
Party all the time.
Is there already one that I don't know about? Because that would be a legit amazing song to cover.
I have to imagine that Party All the Time already has a metal cover.
We'll do it better. I'm
because
sure you will.
it's- Because it's so epic and timeless. But I don't know.
Party All the Time metal.
Oh, Evan, I was at my friend's place on Sunday and you were talking about After the Empire.
I was talking
Nice.
about it.
No, they were.
They
That's
were talking
awesome.
about it. Hey, I like it when other people bring up my game.
So how bad was the conversation, Matt?
Oh, they loved it. It was great.
They said something to the effect of, "Have you heard of this game? It sucks."
There is
It's
Children
worse.
of Bodom,
See, there
covered
you
11
go.
years ago.
Children
you
of
go.
Bodom. Yeah, man.
I gotta
That's-
mute that.
So Children of Bodom. So the premise behind the name of that band, the Norwegian metal band, is that there was a look up the murders of Bodom. There was like a bunch of kids that
gosh.
camped out along this Lake Bodom in Norway or whatever.
I don't like how this is starting. I don't think I want to. Look this up.
And basically all of them were murdered except for one that was like that basically had something so horrific happen to them they never came out of their basically scared to the point of like they were like just unresponsive and like lived the rest of their lives in an asylum.
Yikes.
And so then this Norwegian death metal band called themselves the Children of Bodom and named themselves after that horrific event.
Was that
Now,
a
that
a
being
real thing
said,
that happened?
that was a real thing that happened. That being said, I had a roommate who listened to a lot of Children of Bodom, and they were actually pretty good death metal.
All right,
They maybe
That's
not the most kind of maybe not the kindest of names or backgrounds or whatever, but they definitely could play. But when you live in, apparently if you live in Norway or Sweden or Finland or something like that, and you live in a heavily socialized country where like if you just want to sit around and play death metal in your you just get your government cheese, you can slowly just learn how to play guitar a lot. So
sounds good. I'm in.
Yeah, good for them. I don't know.
Piss on somebody's
You play, since we got two new people, Grant or Evan, have you played any new games lately? Talk to us about a new game you played. Have you seen any new movies lately? Have you watched any new
Boy,
TV shows
you don't
lately?
sound enthusiastic
He
about.
sounds real excited.
I don't think he cares, Grant.
Yeah, in fact, I've been averaging about like 22 new games a month.
Wow,
So
that's not a small amount.
yeah.
I mean, I guess you got to keep up with all of
that
it.
is a lot.
That's
So I
impressive.
bet Forrest plays more than I do, though.
You think?
How many games a month do you think you played, Forrest, for the first time?
He's
I don't
deep.
think he hears
he's
this.
deep in the Bodom.
Yeah,
children.
he's
Yeah.
He's partying all the time.
Yeah. It's about something like it's usually between 20 and 25,
Yeah.
sort of thing. So I played some
Jesus.
games I really liked recently.
Yeah.
Pandasaurus has killed it for me recently, which is like a little, I know that they had some controversy, but
Yeah.
the games they've put out have been great. Orichalcum, I played twice last night for the first time. I really
Mhm.
like it. And Skate Summer is tight.
We played that on Sunday.
Skate Summer's really good. I
Yeah,
love
the theme of it is so cool. I have it. It's
Yeah,
actually
man.
it's very
I grew-
thematic.
I grew up as a skateboarder, and when they first announced it, they like asked me if I wanted a copy, and I was like, no.
Oh, really?
I don't need to see what a bunch of posers think skateboarding is. And then I heard from other people that they really did the theme
Yeah.
well, and so I was like, all right, I'll give it a shot. And I really loved it. I thought they did it justice for sure.
Yeah, we
And
worked on that.
Orichalcum is really good too. If you like, I mean, I love games that have interesting choices but play in less than an hour. And
Yeah.
Orichalcum you can play in 45 minutes.
Is that how you pronounce that?
Yeah, Orichalcum. It's
I
it's
I know
like
about
a
the metal.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
a metal
it's-
that was associated with like Greek gods.
Yeah. And basically, you know, the recipe for making it has been lost to the sands of time, and
Yeah.
it's supposedly had all these great qualities.
I mean,
But
it's basically
I've only ever read about it. I never knew how to
yeah,
pronounce it.
honestly, it's like copper alloy. But you know, it's
Well, we
fancy.
don't know.
Yeah, yeah. But it's just one of those games that plays like really quickly and has a lot of good choices in it and stuff.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, another one I've been enjoying is Chicken versus Hot Dog. If you want a dumb game,
Love
You
chicken
want-
versus hot dog.
yeah, if you want a dumb game, man,
It's hard though. It's hard sometimes to get that damn thing to work.
It is for sure. And then I played Mythic Mischief over the weekend for the first time.
Hmm.
That's real brain burny, that's like, boy, if you want something that'll like, the first game I played, I got crushed because I just couldn't wrap my head around it,
Yeah.
about like what I had no plan. I was just like, I guess I'll go over here
Go blind.
for no real reason. And then the second game I did a lot better.
Yeah.
I won the second game, but it's definitely very thinky. So, yeah.
Somebody in the chat is talking about. They're asking about Pandasaurus. Did we mention Pandasaurus in the
I
show or
don't
something?
remember if we brought it up here.
No. I mean, I don't know. Did anybody heard anything new from them or anything after?
No, they blocked me on Twitter. I didn't.
Yeah, they
Did not.
blocked me out.
They
Is
blocked me
that-
on
they
Twitter a
confirmed
long
since?
time ago. No idea why, but I still.
Is
Hold
that
on,
how
man.
you? Is that how you rate yourself? Is who has blocked me on Twitter?
I don't
Uh-huh.
know. There's only like 4 people. It's not a large list. Spanosaurus is probably the creme de la creme, though. I guess.
We're working with them right now on some stuff.
All right, you might have to block
No,
me, man.
there was some. I mean, honestly, I remember there was a kerfuffle about them. I'm not trying to spread whatever.
Is it
but,
bad work conditions allegedly?
Bad work
Yeah.
conditions, and then it just went away. It was one of those
Yeah.
things that just didn't seem to.
Point for Pandasaurus. Board game controversies in and out. In and out.
Yeah, I mean, it was.
Remember the big thing with the big person last year? And then the other big thing with the other big person? No, you really don't. Because nobody cares. Because there's 1,000 games coming out every year. And it's just crazy. It's craziness.
Yeah. No, I just yeah, no, I and then like but I will say this, and I don't know what I'm probably gonna ruffle a feather or two by
Yeah.
saying this.
Oh, I love it.
I'm
But
ruffled.
no. So if you go and you Google Pandasaurus like poor working conditions or whatever, there was basically like one there's one article that came out, so something came out, and then a few other people picked up on it, and a few other people said some random things or whatever, and who knows, just I don't know what was true or what isn't true or everything like that.
Yeah.
But one of the things that when I see these things and I see the articles and they say if you go like the one, I'm not gonna say any names or any websites, but there's one, it's a total hit piece. Like everybody,
Sure.
like the thing is just it's nothing like any and every all of the things are like under condition of anonymity. This former employee said this, or this person said this, and I get it. Whatever, they don't want to say who they were because, you know, I mean, they don't want to like be because if you work in the board game industry,
Right.
it's such a small insular thing where if like, oh yeah, Joe Schlablotnik, you know, said that Pandasaurus is a bunch of a-holes that did this, that, and the other thing. And then Joe Schlablotnik goes to another board game company and says,
And they're
hey, can I
like,
get a job?
"Eh."
No, I don't think Joe Schlablotnik, you're going to work for us because I don't need
Yeah.
you going and telling everybody how much we suck. So just, you can, yeah, I hear McDonald's is hiring, you know, go flip burgers, you know, it just, so, and it's one of those things where it's like, so I get why you don't say it, but I mean, it's just like, and I guess if things are really, really horrible and things are just like untenable at the place that you're at, and you just don't have that, I mean, you don't have any other option to like, but to go and like you complain or whatever. But I mean, also like when I read the article about it, saying that like the one thing about the article that bothered me was like the one that I saw that I read was that it was like, everybody's horrible. They were so horrible. They're so horrible. They're so horrible. And then like buried at the end is like a sentence about saying, well, many of the former workers said they had no problem with the company. It's like you spend like 10 paragraphs saying how much they suck. And then there's this like offhanded, like, oh, and you know, a lot of people say there's no problems there whatsoever. It's like, well, why couldn't you leave with that? You know, I don't know. It just felt like it was like, I bet you if we write this, we're going to get a lot of clicks. And a lot of people are gonna, you know, read this on our website. We're gonna get, you know, it's like, yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things that it bothers me. It bothers like, and I know Forrest, like you and I have discussed this before, but when the whole name and shame. Remember when we say that about stuff? It's just like, you know. It's like whenever anybody says anything about like, oh, well, you know, I just talked to this person in the board game media world and I was told this and anything. Well, who was it? I don't want to say. It's just like, well, then shut up. You know,
All the time.
Yeah. And shut your mouth. You know, well, I don't want to name, you know, and okay, fine. I get it. You don't want to say it because you don't want there to be any repercussions from anybody, you know, and maybe this
Lance, you're a bad person for even pressuring him, and then it becomes about you being a jerk, Lance.
Yeah,
it
I
happens
don't
every
know.
single time on these posts. They are so frequent.
It's just
And nobody cares. Like at the end of the day, we just forget about them, except for very few people.
Yeah, and it's just, I mean, and it's just, and that's why, like I said, I dream of the day that I don't work in. I mean, I want to be able to work in this industry as long as I want to, but I dream of the day that I don't have to anymore. So I could just actually just say what I think. And like I was talking to Anthony Ricano the other day, and I was just like, sorry. He's like, yeah, it's great. It's like I read things that people post, and then I basically call them out, and then they block me and delete my comments. And then he's like, so one. Because he doesn't have to worry about making anybody mad about anything anymore. You can just say, yeah, this is, you know, and it's just, you know, I don't know, man. It's just the way the world is. And I'm getting old and I just don't care anymore. So it's tough to care. I was talking about this other guy too, and this is, I'm sorry, I'm going to go on a little bit of a rant here, but it's one of those things where it's like, when I turned 50, it didn't really bother me, and I just turned 51, which doesn't really bother me either. But I mean, it is one of those things where you start like thinking about the fact that, you know, I mean, half my life is over. You know, I'm not like, oh God, I don't want to die. It's not.
Being generous there.
I'm not in any. Well, no, I mean, like, you know, you can tell yourself when you're 40, it's like, oh, I still got 50 years left. You can tell yourself it isn't half over, right? And every year after that, you click ahead. But when you get to 50, you have to say no matter what you're going down the hill, you know, at that point, you know, you're so
you plan to live to 100 is what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is that I can pretty much guarantee myself that I am not going to like, I'm not going to be like, oh, I still got half my life ahead of me. I mean, I just, the stats are against me or whatever. So, but that doesn't really bother me. I don't really care. It's like, whatever. It's just, you gotta, it's like, but the thing that I find is that outrage is a young person's game. It's, and I think it's just normal, the normal aging process. It's, all these old white idiots that are like talking about how woke D&D has become or how woke the world is becoming. It's the same fucking bullshit that every 50-year-old person or whatever has had to deal with, because the kids, like, basically the stuff that we were doing when we were 20 or 25, our parents couldn't understand. It was like just completely and totally like alien to them, and they couldn't get it. And it's the exact same shit. It's just different shit. And everybody assumes that like the era they grew up in and the way the world was when they grew up on was the best era to grow up on. And that when you change those things about it, you start getting like, oh, what's all this bullshit about, pronouns or this, it's just like, it's you're out of touch because you didn't grow up in that world. You don't, and you aren't actually growing as a person like the young people of that era. And it's the same thing. It's just the same thing over and over again. It's a circle, and it's the way life has always been, and we just can't actually grasp that. And I'll fully admit that, like, yeah, I'm saying this out loud, but then there's stuff that happens, and like I see my daughter is doing things in the way that her and her friends talk, and I'm just kind of like, what is going on? It's like it doesn't make any sense to me. I'm like, whatever, and I have to remind myself, it's like, no, I don't get it. I don't get it. And I'm not supposed to get it. And I'm not with it, and I'm not hip, and I'm not going to be cool. It's just yeah. So you just have to like go with it. And that's just it. It's like, and people are like, oh, isn't this whole OGL D&D thing? This is outrageous. I can't believe they're doing this. I can absolutely fucking believe they're doing it. You know why? Because it's a corporation. It's Hasbro. It's a company that wants more fucking money. You know why? Because they have shareholders, and the shareholders show up and say, we want more fucking return on our money that we invest in your company. They have to do that. They don't have a choice not to do it. Yeah. They have to. So it has nothing to do with them like saying, oh my gosh, let's really try to screw over these third-party publishers because we just hate them. We hate them. No, it's like, we want more money. We want more money, and this is a process that we're going to go through to try to get that money. We can hate it. We can say it sucks. We can say it's garbage, and we can scream at the top of mountains about it all the time. But oh my gosh, are you serious? Capitalists want more and more goddamn money in their pockets. This is something new, right? This has never happened before, ever in the history of the world. It's just like, so I don't know. I'm tired. I'm tired of it. I'm tired. I can't be outraged anymore because it just never changes. And I think that's just part of getting older. I think it's part of being 50. And I think it's because you've just seen it all. You've seen it all in one way, shape, or another, and it's just the same bullshit over and over again. And things get incrementally better, like they always have. They just get slightly better and slightly better and slightly better, and it's just like, and you just have to hang your hat on those things. That the world is just getting slightly better, and you raise kids to be better kids, and you just kind of just try to focus on that. That's just. And all these, and I just can't stand. I can't fucking stand these people that are my age that are like, drawing lines in the sand of like, you're not going to take my D&D from me. No, they don't want your fucking D&D. Your fucking racist, misogynist piece of shit D&D you play with your friends. They don't want it. They don't want it. They want you to play it in a basement by yourself, not bothering anybody. And you can do that all day long. And they're going to go off and they're going to sell tons more D&D to all these other people that want to play this more like advanced and like a D&D that's for them, that's something they're going to enjoy. And that's the same for everything. It's the music, it's the TV, it's the movies, it's all of it. They don't make shit for me anymore because there isn't enough of me anymore that's going to spend enough money. Anyway, well, good night, Matthew. That's my rant. That's
You walked the room, Lance.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks for stopping that, Matt.
That's what's grinding my gears.
I just want to be I want to be heard that I'm not leaving because of that. It's 1:30 in the morning and I need to go to bed.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what really grinds my gears?
Chafes my drawers. All right, see you later.
Put the sand in my ointment.
You know what really grinds my gears?
No, and it's just like I said, and you try to talk to those people, which is stupid. You try to explain to them, they don't want to make D&D for you anymore because you don't buy enough of it. They don't give a shit about you. They don't give a shit about you. They don't give a shit about you. They don't care that you played D&D in 1978. They don't care anymore. They got your money. Now they need somebody else's money. So
did I tell you when I went to Gen Con and I went up to Margaret Weiss, and I started doing the thing where you're like, I grew up reading all the thing and then I read them with my wife, yada, yada, I've read like 80 gajillion books. And she was like, uh-huh. And then I was like, oh, you're here selling a book. I should buy a book. She's like, and I bought the book and she signed it. It was hilarious. She was like, I literally hear this 87,000 times every day at a convention.
Oh, I can see those people that walk up to the booth. You can see them. They got a story, and they just and I'm trapped.
Let me guess. My books were instrumental in your childhood.
No, it's just like you see this person walk up and they're like, "Oh, I love Champions of Midgard. Let me tell you about this time I played it." Oh, great.
And actually, I don't want to make it sound like she was mean. She was actually
right?
really nice, but you can just tell that she was like, okay, here we go.
One of my favorite things.
Here's another one.
One of my favorite things about Gen Con this last year was like Shane came up with this drawing of how he wanted the booth to be set up. Like I want this over here and I want this over here, and how he set it up.
Was he protected on all sides?
And then he Boda Manufacturing is a company that we work with. At the last minute, they asked if they could have some of our booth. And so he gave them like a chunk of our booth, and then he gave a chunk of our booth to Next Level Miniatures, which is another company that Shane owns.
Right.
And so that his design for the booth couldn't work anymore. And so and he wasn't around. And so it was like me and like 2 or 3 other people, and we just spent like the first, we spent setup with, okay, we're gonna set up this, we'll set up that, we set up this, and I set up a thing where basically like this place is gonna be, you were there, you set up one place for the demo, and this was gonna be my spot where I would take money, where I set a couple of games up on tables, just people could look at them. If they said that looks cool, you can go demo it right over there.
Yeah.
And I remember the first thing Shane said, he's like, hey, the booth, and I took a picture of the booth and I sent it to him. And his first response to me was, that isn't how I fucking told you to set it up. It's just like, yeah, I couldn't set it up like that anymore because you sold half the booth space away to other companies. And he was like, oh yeah. And he said, and then he was like, and then there was like a minute, then the next time, it looks nice.
I should say something nice. God, I should say something nice. Oh, it looks good. I don't know. I hope Shane's watching.
Right back.
He cracks me up so much. He's my favorite grumpy person.
Is he?
Yeah.
He does crack.
Him and Lance are like these. They're like the odd couple. They're like 2 of the grumpiest grumps, and they're like grumping at each other all the time. But they still live together. It's amazing. And then they're just there laughing at them the whole time, and they're like, "What are you laughing at?" Cracks me up.
How was your
How's-
holidays there, Matt? Or not Matt? Grant?
Oh, it was great. I went I did 2 weeks at my sister's house. It's one of the
Nice.
longest I've ever, just gone back and hung out with family.
You both survived?
That sounds great.
Yeah. Oh, I'm pretty close to my family, so
I know. I'm just kidding.
I don't mind it. Yeah. It was real. It was nice.
Saw the pictures, look fun.
Yeah, we had a good time. She's got a pretty young kid, so a lot of the stuff
Yeah.
it's somewhat centered around them and stuff.
Yeah.
We also played a lot of games and did a lot of fun stuff, did a lot of activities, So how about you?
Awesome.
So generally sick through Christmas, so we didn't really do anything. New Year's, I never do anything. Like I said before, I worked with the public transportation. I seen too much shit on New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
Although a weird thing, my brother's car was stolen on. It was either New Year's Eve or New Year's Day. He's not exactly sure. In front of his
This
house.
year?
Yeah,
Really?
just last week or whatever.
Wow.
I didn't talk to him. We just talked to him this. I just talked to him this week, this Monday or Tuesday. I can't remember which day. But his car was stolen by like this 15-year-old kid, and the kid flipped it over and totaled it and
Oh,
all
wow.
that, and ended up in the hospital and all that.
Oof.
But he said, "Oh, it was last week. I'm sorry. No, it was Monday or Tuesday." He said that he's going to court for this kid on Thursday, and it was like that's pretty quick for the Philadelphia justice system there. I
Yeah.
mean,
Is the kid suing him for the faulty brakes?
no, Rich is suing him for he's pressing
Yeah.
charges on the kid for stealing the car. Yeah.
So I apologize for interrupting, but I don't know if I ever showed you guys this. I might have told you a story about it. Like way back when I was delivering pizzas all the time, and that was my life. And
I love these kind of land stories.
no, this is a pretty simple one. And I
On
was
sequitur, let's go.
I was driving an old Chevy Corsica around.
What were you guys talking about? It doesn't matter.
All
This
that
was
matters
another
gotta be
time.
about me.
No, because I just remembered I wanted to show this to you guys, and I was hoping I couldn't find it, and I remembered I put it in the garage. But I like in North Dakota, it was really, really cheap to get a personalized license plate. Like all my friends are getting them, and I was trying to think of all these cool ones that I could do, but all the ideas I wanted, somebody had already taken.
Wait, like the actual like real ones?
Yeah.
Really? Cheap.
So like it was like $60.
Yeah.
What? Dang.
Yeah.
It used to be like that in Pennsylvania, but down here in Delaware, it's real expensive.
Yeah,
It's
but anyway,
expensive
so
here.
then I remember I tried, and I remember I was really mad. And I couldn't think of it. I was having a bad day delivering pizzas, but then I finally came up with it. This was my license plate. It's my license plate for as long as I had that Chevy Corsica, and I had that Corsica for a good 5 years, and my mother hated this license plate. But whenever I literally. I had so many strangers. I got dates because of this license plate. I had strangers like roll down their window and yell at me as I was blasting my heavy metal as I was driving down the street. They were like, "Dude, your license plate's the coolest." But yeah, this was my license plate.
Solid.
That's pretty funny.
I remember, and people would just see it, and they pull up in front of me, and they back up, and I see them looking ahead, like what, and they go, "What?" Oh, and then they tap the person next to them. It's like, dude, look at the license plate.
That's pretty good.
It just,
That's
I
pretty good.
hate you all. Yeah, no, that was.
They were going to be your entire life.
I dated a girl who ran a tattoo shop. Because the tattoo shop had a comic book store above it, and she'd see me pull up in front of her tattoo shop, and I go upstairs to go get my comics, and then finally one day she flagged me down, and she asked me if if that was she's like, "Your license plate's really cool," and I was like, "Cool, thanks," and then she was just like, "You want to get a beer sometime?" And I was like,
Nice.
"Yeah, sure." So. She was fun.
How long did you guys date for?
long enough.
The correct amount.
The correct amount, yes. Yeah, no, that was her name was Steph. I should know her last name because that was actually one of the worst, like that was actually one of those moments of like, oh, like literally like so her name was Steph, and so like, yeah, I mean, like it was a dalliance or whatever, you know. It was just, you know, it wasn't like it really was anything big and huge. It was just, then it just kind of petered out kind of thing. But I became really good friends with the guy that did tattoos out of that same shop, who he eventually owns it. He's the guy who does all my tattoo work. And actually, technically, like my guy, he's actually like, he got divorced and he's living with her now. They actually ended up together, which is, you know, whatever, it doesn't matter. But I remember, like, she moved away to like Colorado or something, and then there was a big tattoo expo, and then Trent, the guy who does my tattoo work, said he was going to be working on one of my arms, and he was like, "Do you mind if, like, you come to the tattoo expo and I do your tattoo work there so people can see me work?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's fine." And he said, "Oh, hey, Steph's gonna be back in town." I was like, "Really? That's awesome. I haven't seen her in like literally years, you know." And I remember I walked and I saw her and I was like, "Steph, it's good to see you." And she kind of was like, and she's like, "Hey, thanks." And I was like, "Yeah." And I was just like, and I was like, how you been?" And she's like, "Okay." And I was just kind of like, and I just started talking to her, and then it was just like, it slowly dawned on me, she didn't remember me at all. Like literally like you know, for like about, we dated for like 4 to 6 weeks, and it was like, it wasn't, like I said, it wasn't like deep dark love or anything like that, but I mean, you know, whatever.
That's
It was, yeah, it was, but it was just all of a sudden it was just like, and she was just like, and she's like, and then I finally said, "Do you remember like we dated?" And she's just like, "Did we?" You know, she was just at this like, I was like, "All right, you know, never mind."
Boy, that hurts.
Yeah, it's like, you know, half of me thought, I thought she might have been trolling me a little bit. Right?
That's
You know?
worse than somebody being like, "Fuck you, Lance."
Yeah, right.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck you.
It's like, I mean, like, you know,
You
I
left
mean,
me on
I
the
thought,
altar.
This was like 40 years
I'm
ago,
not,
right?
I'm not, yeah, I mean, this is forever ago, but I thought she had a good time. I thought she enjoyed my company, and
Nope.
Nope.
I
Apparently
mean,
not.
it was, yeah, I wasn't even good enough
You
for
were
her to hate.
unremarkable, apparently.
I was unremarkable. I was completely unmemorable.
That's so
you-
good.
Yeah, that was definitely a blow to the psyche. That was, yeah.
People got different shit going on in their lives, you know.
I love it.
Yeah, I make sure that, you know, if it's ending, I'm burning it all down. You're never forgetting me.
You're gonna remember me.
That ain't right.
Yeah, no. I never wanted to, like, I mean, that I never believed in the friends after dating. I never believed in that. I mean, I never have been.
Yeah,
It's just
like, it's just-
it's just, I never believed in that. It was like, you always have some weird, somebody always cares more than the other one. And
I've
you know,
tried before, and it always just ends up with really,
actually-
really
I
bad
don't know
stuff.
that I haven't been like close friends with people after dating, but I'm still friendly with exes.
well, I can be friendly, but I'm not going to go out of my way to hang out with you. I mean, it's just,
I mean,
kinda
I've
like,
gotten like lunch with exes and things like that's what I mean. I'm like, I don't know if it's not like we talk and hang out all the time, but they're like, "I'm in town. You want to get lunch?" And I'm like, "Yeah, totally."
yeah,
You know?
I mean, it would like, I'd almost
You
always be of the
weirdo.
mindset of like, yeah, I got other things to do. I could eat a bowl of Cocoa Pebbles at home and not have to deal with any kind of weird anxiety of having to talk to you. So
Yeah, but you're also married. Like
that's true.
Yeah,
that's a difference. That's a difference there.
I suppose, yeah. I mean, if you're single and some girl, yeah, I'm gonna be in town for a couple of days. Oh, really? You know, it's like,
I mean, I'll do that even when I'm married. If my wife doesn't like that, too bad.
you're not married though, Grant.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
You know,
even-
yeah, you talk big right
Yeah,
now, but
talk
like,
it, talk.
let's wait until you got a ring. Because I'll tell you right now, I mean, I love my wife and my wife trusts me, but I mean, if I was like, yeah, hey, my ex-girlfriend is coming back into town, she asked me if I could get lunch, and you said no, and she should burn in hell, right? That's right, honey. I said no, and that she should burn in hell.
But that's the thing. I would be appropriate about it. If someone was like, hey, you want to get a drink at 11 p.m., I'd be like, how about like coffee or lunch or like.
I hear what
like
you're saying.
How about grabbing some takeout Chinese food at that rent by the hour hotel room place?
That place is really good.
Yeah, that place is really good. I mean,
Place is really good.
yeah, they got that bed that you put the quarter in.
I never had that experience. I don't know how I would react to it.
A quarter bed?
Yeah.
No, not that.
Ah.
Running in, an old girlfriend.
I don't know, man. I mean, it's just like it's I remember, like I've always had the belief that like, most of the people you run in your life will teach you something. They'll give you like they'll give you a story, they'll give you and so I dated this girl for like 3-4 years, and I remember I ran into, and I ended up like helping, like she was working, and then she lived in Minneapolis, and so I had driven down to see her in the cities, and she was working or something. So I was hanging out with I was hanging out with her dad, and we were like working on his car or something, and his dad was a complete and total flake. I mean, super religious nutball, but I think he had his whatever, life's tough, But I remember we were talking about whatever, and he was kind of espousing whatever, and I was like, I said, and I said, I always wondered whatever happened to my high school girlfriend, because I was like, literally, like I just never, this girl I dated in high school from like most of my high school years, and I always wondered I always think maybe I should look her up, and he just looked at me, he goes, don't. And I was like, why? He's like, why would you? It's like you moved on, she's moved on. You both have other lives. The only thing that's going to do is it's only bad things are going to come out of that. He's like, the chances that something very happy or very, very like none of you are on a level. And I was like, that makes sense. He's like, because he says there's always a weird desire there. There's always a weird like feeling of like, oh, because when you see somebody you haven't seen forever, you have a tendency of remembering everything that was good about when you were with them. You don't think about the bad, right? I mean, I thought that was pretty brilliant on his part.
I will also, but also, Lance, I can be happy for other people's happiness.
Oh, so can I. But I mean, but the thing is that like,
I don't know, Willis.
I mean,
I'm
no,
just saying, like my high school girlfriend, I was super in love with. We dated for 2.5 years. Still one of the longest relationships of my life. But then we both went off to different colleges, and it didn't really make sense, and we broke up. And like, she's such a wonderful person, and our lives went in different directions. And she's got her third kid on the way. She's really happy with her life. Like, that's great. I'm very happy for her. That was a long time ago that we dated, and she will always be, even if I never talk to her again, she'll be a hugely important person in my life, right? Because she was my first love, first partner, all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. I just can't see myself getting anything. I mean, I'm not wishing them. I'm not like hoping they're pouring themselves out for quarters for hot dogs or something. I'm just saying that like, I hope they're happy and their lives are great or anything like that. But I don't care. I mean,
how many of them do you have, Grant? Like, how many would you say that you're in that zone with? Because all of my relationships have ended horribly, one way or the other.
I've never had a relationship end badly.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Whoa. Good for you. That's amazing.
I mean, I've been upset, or they've been upset. But I don't date assholes.
That's a good policy.
Like,
that's because you're the asshole.
Yeah.
One person's got to be the a-hole.
Gotta be one.
And I guess it must be you.
Yeah.
But so I
with your mint colored glasses and your.
I think I would say that I have like 6 ex-girlfriends, like real ones, you know? And some of them I don't really talk to much.
That's not many. I mean, I'm not judging. I mean, that's
But
just either
I
means
guess
they're
for
choosy
me,
or they've
though-
been long relationships or something.
No, I just define that as I'm not calling someone I dated for 3 months an ex-girlfriend.
Hmm.
You know, I mean, that to me doesn't rise to the level. I've got like 6 people that I dated for longer than 6 months. You know,
Yeah.
something like that. And I'm still, there's only one of them that I like don't talk to at all, you know?
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't talk to. Yeah, I don't talk to any of my exes. No,
I mean, that being said, though, all of them are like, I wouldn't call myself friends with them. It's like, hey, you commented on an Instagram post, or you sent a text on a birthday or something like that.
Right.
It's not like we're hanging out or talking all the time.
Yeah.
maybe. I mean, for me, it's one of those. Yeah, I don't know. I just, yeah, I'm just not in contact with any of them. You know, I mean, it's just like, I mean, I mean, there's some weird random moments where like I'll run into them, and even then it's like, hey, what's up? Nice to see you again. Talk to you later. You know, and then I'm done. You know, I just like, but I just whatever. You know, moving on.
Yeah.
I mean, it's yeah, I'm trying to think of like some of them. I mean, they just. I think that's probably because most of them ended so fucking horribly that nobody wants to watch.
Yeah,
it.
that's where I am. Like I remember seriously, I was with this woman for like Rachel for probably about a year and a half. We lived in her trailer, and
Of course you did.
I got me and some of my boys when I broke up with her. They were like, "You should just band-aid it. You should just band-aid it." They came over while she worked. We got every single thing I owned out of her house in one day, and all that was left there was a note. Like I burned that shit on the way
Did she know
back.
that was coming? Did she know that? Like,
No. Well, I
Oh,
mean,
so-
we'd had issues, but like, it was bad. It was not good. It was
Yeah.
bad. That's the opposite of good. You know, that's how it was.
yeah,
I mean, God, I remember like some like a lot of my long-term ones. I mean, it was just like they just ended completely horribly. I guess there was like this. There's one that like I still don't have really real contact, but it was fine because she just moved away, and it was just one of those things too where it was just kind of like, oh, you're moving away. All right, well, bye. You know, just kind of like, you know, just like, you know, but I was like, it was like, it was a woman who was actually older than me, which was super rare. I mean, I only dated women that were older than me like twice, and it was like super rare, and she like had never been married. It was the last girl I dated before I started dating my wife, actually, and like she had never been married. She had no desire for kids, and she was just like, and she was like super nice, and she was super into me, and like, you know, we fit really well. I mean, just as far as like our mentality, stuff like that. But it was like, I just even said to her, I was like, this is fun and all, but I was like, I still want a family. I still want kids. And she was like, I'm never gonna want kids. And I was just like,
but that's like
well, I was like, we're never going, you know, it's like, we're never gonna be in love. I was just like, so then she was like, I'm moving to Utah. I was like, do you need help packing your stuff? Yeah, just like,
yeah.
I mean, that's probably the only one. I mean,
more people should be honest about that stuff with themselves and have those conversations before you get into something serious.
oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But
I definitely fall in the Grant camp on this one. I
of course
still-
you do.
I mean, you know that I'm still very friendly with and chat with.
That's just because you're trying to keep the door open.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that. You make it sound like
Nah, like it's when I form a genuine connection with somebody, like I always care about them, I always love them. It doesn't mean like we're calling each other every night talking for 4 hours, like maybe we did when we were like getting together or whatever, but like I still love them and care about them and wish them well, and it's fun to see them now and then. And I don't know.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. My wife, one of her ex-boyfriends got a hold of her on Facebook, and she talks to him every once in a while.
Yeah. How do you feel about
it? At first I was like, well, what's he fishing for? But I don't think it's going that way. It's not like I'm going to force her to stop talking to you, dude, but it's just
And that's the thing. If you force anybody to do anything, they're gonna start resenting you for it.
Yeah.
You need to like talk and have conversations through it.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Well, there's even a guy she works with who's one of her good friends now, and her mother started some shit with that because I look at things differently than her generation did with this shit,
Right.
And I was like, well, until I have suspicion not to trust her, I'm going to trust her,
So I've I have definitely had situations where where we're talking about, like I said, like the girl that like Forrest says, like he like nuked the relationship from orbit, and then just and so there were like a few of mine, like wasn't like purposely like that, but I mean I was smart enough to know that like they had such a hold on me as far as like there was one girl, man, she could make me feel like $1 million fucking dollars, but she was also just horrible. Like, and it had nothing probably to do with her. It was more my mindset and how immature I was with relationships. And it was in my late 20s. And I remember like when on one of our like yo-yo downswings when things weren't going well, and I knew she was like seeing some other dude or just sleeping around or whatever. I remember like she called me up like late one night, obviously drunk, and she was just sitting there, and I was like, I remember I had the mental decision. I was like, she is gonna drag you back into her fucking mess over and over again, and she's never going to get out of this spiral. You got to break it. I remember I just finally said, I was like, look, here's the deal. I was like, whatever guy you just banged, throw him out of your apartment, and it just like, and I'll come over and we can talk about this. Otherwise, it's just like, well, like, give me a week. I was like, no, I think we're done. I was like, lose my phone number. Don't ever call me again. And I was like, and I remember I hung up the phone and I was just kind of like, and I felt sad for like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
But then I realized I never have to talk to her again. Yeah. I never have to say anything to that person again. I never have to deal with any of her drama anymore. I don't have to deal with any of her problems anymore.
I mean,
I got a question. Where did you meet the majority of your ex-girlfriends? Like mine were all at bars for the most part.
Yeah, well, there's your problem.
I don't think I ever met somebody at a bar.
Whatever that may be.
I mean,
I wonder if that's a factor.
One was high school, one was college, one was through a friend.
Rugby scrum.
One was at a hair salon. One was actually at a hair salon.
That's kind of amazing.
One was at a comedy show. No, two were at a comedy show.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
You make sense, Evan.
Yeah.
Almost all of mine are through work or like school. When I was in college, I didn't date anybody I went to college with, but I dated a lot of girls that I worked with when I was in college. God, I'm just trying to remember. Like work. There was the one crazy girl that like she worked with a couple of friends of mine, and that was probably a bar. That was a bar because she'd always she'd always come to the bar that my friends that worked with her, she'd always come to that bar and she was just there and she was so annoying and she was just so annoying. And then I had after bar parties at the place I lived in all the time. And then we just ended up hooking up that way. And just, and then that was,
getting
that
it
was,
on.
and that was 2 years of absolute hell. That she was a complete space cadet, and
I also like I probably don't at the beginning, like I don't ever feel like my life is incomplete if I'm not in a relationship, and that's kind of a nice place to be because then you don't put up with stuff. And I'm not saying that anybody here does, but there are people out there that, move from person to person because they aren't comfortable being by themselves. So like, I remember one time I was dating a lady for like a month, and sometimes I set my phone on silent when I'm working, when I'm doing creative stuff, or I leave it in a different room because I don't want to be tied to it all the time.
Right.
And I remember one time, she texted me and she was like, "Hey, what are you up to tonight? You want to hang out?" And then like 3 hours later, in all caps, I got a text that was like, "Fine, I didn't want to hang out anyways."
Right.
And I see those at the same time, and I'm like,
Aye.
I mean, that's crazy. Like I'm an adult. I'm doing stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, I'm not like at your beck and call.
Mm.
And she was like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I feel bad. Can I explain myself?" And so she came over and she was like, "My last boyfriend, like, cheated on me, and I think maybe I have trust issues and that sort of stuff." And I was like, "Look, I'm sorry that happened to you. Like, nobody deserves that, but like, I'm out." Like,
Yeah.
that's great that you know that, because now that's something you got to figure out, and you should figure that out before you're dating anybody. That's a you thing. You got to go figure that out.
And see, I always felt the opposite way. Every single failed relationship, there's many, many, many of them. Every like 3-4 week thing.
There's a lot.
Dude, I used to get on Craigslist and I would copy paste Craigslist, casual encounters all day. Yahoo chat back in the day, the Yahoo personals up in here, AOL instant messenger. I probably have a problem, but man, I would always try and like learn from it. Like I could point to every relationship I have and be like, that's where I learned that I can't date a woman with kids. That's where I learned I can't date a party girl. That's where I learned I can't date, a homebody. But it's like, I don't know. It's just like you figured that out without burning bridges. So it's like, I think that means less stories though. So that's something I got.
Right. Yeah, you
That
messed
is
up.
true. I'm
messed
sure
up.
I honestly, I'm sure you could beat me in stories with dating stuff.
What's overrated for comedians is emotional maturity.
Yeah.
How you gonna get your stories, man?
Yeah.
So, Grant, how's the comedy going after everything started up again? Is it back to what it was, or
No, it's not back to what it was.
what would you say, 75, 60%?
Yeah, I mean, something like that. 75%, something like that. Yeah. It's just hard. It's one, I mean, with inflation and stuff right now, I mean, some of it might not be pandemic related, but people don't have as much disposable income right now.
Yeah.
So that makes comedy hard always when that's the case. So yeah.
Yeah.
We'll get back.
Yeah.
We'll get back. So there's that.
I mean, I'm also like probably putting a little bit less effort into it right now too, because I've got other stuff that's
more important to you,
sort of hitting for me right now.
Yeah.
So it's somewhat of where my focus is.
Yeah.
It's not like I'm
Where's your focus?
I mean, I'm doing my focus right now. I'll tell you my two biggest goals right now is I'm really trying to capitalize on this crossover of comedy and board games.
Yeah.
So the two big things I'm trying to launch this year is that tour of the board game comedy hour,
Mhm.
where I want to
Yeah.
actually take it to, places all over the country, and then
Yeah.
two, launching this show of like comedians playing board games.
Yeah, right.
Look, I'm curious on this tour. Would you have an opening act, or would it just be you? Is there anybody?
I got it.
I
No,
would-
no. First,
Mhm.
first you make the entire crowd play Forrest's sex Euro game, and
Yeah, just get him in
then
the mood.
just to get him in the mood, and then the
Yeah.
jokes.
That's correct.
Yeah. I
That's
think
correct.
You're
Barry,
sitting on a gold mine, Trebek.
what I would prefer to do, Barry,
Yeah, Grant, I'm listening.
is to
Very.
bring a videographer with me and not an opening act. And so we're
Hmm.
getting footage of the whole thing that we
Okay.
can release in short form of this game store, this show, this sort of stuff.
I got you.
And then eventually, release that as like a tour documentary. But then also finding comedians in the local scenes where I'm at that have maybe they don't need to have board game material, but if they have, geek material, nerdy,
Right,
material,
right.
Nerdy stuff.
Yeah,
anything like science jokes
bring in
or
a local guy. Yeah,
comic book stuff or whatever it is.
yeah.
Have somebody like a local person do like 10 to 15 up top, and then I'll do an hour after that.
Yeah.
It's actually cool, you Grant. Yeah, bringing in a local guy
Yeah,
to maybe a new audience. Yeah.
yeah, for sure. Yeah. So that's I think what I would love to do.
Was
Sounds
that
cool.
a no to my chorus game idea?
No, that happens afterwards once everybody's sort of
It's
lubed
the
up.
VIP after party
comedically.
package.
Yeah, that's the cardboard after dark
Lubed
tour.
up. That's how they say it.
Yeah.
Get everybody lubed up.
You got to get them lubed up comedically.
It's a tough life, the gig life. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a weird life,
Yeah.
but I'm also like I'm taking advantage of the whole TikTok stuff while it's going
Well,
well
it's
right
talking.
now. It
Before
won't
YouTube
always-
Shorts kills it.
What's that?
Before YouTube Short kills it.
Yeah, or before the United States government bans
Shuts
it
it down,
or any
yeah.
of these. Any of
Jen
these.
follows you on you or TikTok rather. Yeah, we were going to try and meet up with you at PAX Unplugged. Like I'm only an hour from Philly, but the weather was real bad.
Yeah.
My back was all jacked up. But yeah, she follows you on TikTok.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's just I never got into it. She's on it all the time. Like she wakes up and looks at it. And, yeah, but
I
I'm
pretty
not.
much do something every day on it.
It's not only you. She's got the pimple
Yeah.
popping shit and all sorts of other
Nope.
weird shit. But whatever. But I'm just not a phone person like that. Like I'll go on the social thing a couple times a day, but it's only like a couple seconds if I'm looking for something. Yeah, I'm not really a social media phone type of person.
Yeah, that's all right.
Like I can't even watch movies and shit on the phone. Like I need a bigger screen. Yeah. It's more the sound than anything. That's why I don't really like black and white movies. It's the
Yeah.
sound. Yeah. But so what would you think would replace TikTok if it were banned? Would there be a clone, or do you
Well,
think?
it's just all. I mean, you guys probably don't. I would imagine that nobody on this stream is hip enough to know what Be Real is right
I've
now.
heard it. Yeah, I got nieces and nephews that are 20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be Real is already the new thing. It's
Yeah.
the
Is
new
it?
hot.
I didn't
So-
realize it was that big. Okay.
But right, like there is plenty of those stuff. Vine was the new hot thing, and you know it doesn't like.
Yeah.
There has to be a critical mass of users that make something like this survive, where that's the hard thing, where I know plenty of people who put, with social media stuff, you kind of have to put all of your eggs in one basket early.
Mm.
That's how you get
Yeah.
huge on those platforms.
Right.
But, you know, the reason that Charlie D'Amelio is the most followed person on TikTok is not because she's more talented than other people or something.
You
She-
take that back.
Yeah. But
You don't say
she
that about
was-
Charlie.
She was an early adopter
Yeah.
that started doing something on there that wasn't being done before. If TikTok fails, she's not a multi-millionaire.
Yeah.
But she was a very early adopter. I mean, she was in it. She was on it on 2019 when it first came out. You know, for instance, do you know who Donald Glover is?
Yeah.
Childish.
Yeah. Well, you guys might not know, Donald Glover got famous in a sketch group on YouTube before he ever got
Yeah.
anything else.
Oh, I didn't know
But
that.
part of the reason was because they were doing sketches on YouTube literally in the first months. They were all, he and these other people were all NYU students. And they were like, oh, this seems like a good platform to do sketch stuff. And they blew up on there doing sketch comedy stuff, partly because they were early adopters.
Yeah.
And so that's the hard thing, though. It's like you got to put all this effort into this platform.
Yeah.
If that platform fails, you've just wasted a bunch of time and
Yeah.
years and stuff like that. So Be Real right now is the new hot thing. And as Forrest said, anybody tries to copy stuff. So if you notice on TikTok, there's a thing called TikTok Now, right? On TikTok right these days. That is essentially TikTok doing Be Real. Be Real was starting to get so popular that TikTok was like, oh, we need to do this. But Be Real is you take a photo and it takes a photo from your front camera and your back camera at the same time. So it is like, what am I doing in the actual moment right now? I cannot edit this. I cannot do anything. And you cannot look at other people's Be Reals until you have posted one yourself. So
I gotta try this out tomorrow. This sounds fascinating.
So it's Be Real because it's like, this is what you're really doing right now. This is like, this is not bells and whistles. This is not editing. This is just like,
Right.
I'm at Taco Bell. That's what my dinner was tonight.
It reminds me of like the in real life Twitch thing that I don't get, but it kind of like that where I'm like, oh, this guy's working at his desk. Like, why are there 73 people watching?
Yeah. Oh,
I don't need to get it. I'm gonna be real, Grant. Damn it, I might be real right now. I'm gonna go. You know what? I'm gonna be real.
YouTube
This
shorts. I'm going on Be Real.
Well, no, I'm gonna do both.
I'm gonna go be real right now. Did you just say that? I'm gonna go be real right now.
You'll thank me later when all those 22-year-olds know about the Alaboom because they saw it on Be Real on this side. And then on this side.
Yeah, and they're gonna come in and go, okay, boomer. Who's they're gonna say, okay, who's the freaking white supremacist? Who's the
Pennies, baby. Get them pennies, Lance. I'm telling you, man.
It's all about the Lincolns.
remember when Clubhouse was such a big thing?
What was
Very
that?
briefly.
Ooh.
Clubhouse during the pandemic was all the rage. And I know so many people that like, you know, blew up on Clubhouse more than they've ever blown up on anything. And now they're desperately trying to be like, come to my Clubhouse, and nobody's on it anymore.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I don't remember that at all.
No, somebody's always been weird. Yeah. Shit comes and
I don't
goes.
remember that at all.
I mean, I'm sure it's real.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's a thing.
Clubhouse was like essentially live podcasts that anybody could join in.
Oh, okay.
That sounds like a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, it does. People don't have time.
You can have people though as listeners and other ones as speakers through it.
Right.
And during the pandemic, there were a lot of comedians doing a lot of stuff on there because it was like, oh, I can have a show, I can tell some jokes to an audience through this. And, you know, I mean, people were getting tens of thousands of listeners to that sort of stuff. But now people can go do stuff in person again.
Yeah.
They don't care.
Yeah.
You know?
In person, you.
Yeah.
I've decided I have another thing that bothers me, like that you know, probably shouldn't bother me, but this is another thing that like bugs me when people say this. It's something that like, why is it now? It's like it just seems like everybody, like, or I shouldn't say everybody, it seems like way too many people that, like, when I see them post something on the old Facebook or whatever, it's like the old Facebook, they have this thing where they'll say this, they'll say something along the lines of blah blah blah, you know, as an introvert, I so and so. Why is it like so cool to say that you're an introvert? It's like I don't know. It's like one of those things where I'm just kind of like, shut up. You're not an introvert. You're just bored. I don't know. You know, I don't know. It just bothers me when I hear people say, you know, as an introvert, I really found that this whole situation, blah, blah. No, you're not.
You know, that would be really funny to start doing that in real life as a joke that you don't tell anybody is, and you just connect stuff that has nothing to do with anything. You know, as a homeowner, I really like Taco Bell.
Yeah.
You know? just stuff.
Wait,
you know,
what?
as a person with many floor lamps, I really think this show is worth checking out.
Yeah,
I like it.
I like that as well. I think that'd be good.
That would
Make
be
that
really
happen.
funny.
Make that the new thing.
Do it on
As
Be
a,
Real.
as a board game designer, I think
I
that's
bet nobody
really
else
funny.
is yet.
Yeah.
Works every time.
As a board game designer.
As a board game designer, I find that really hilarious. Get it? Cleared the room. Comedy gold when I say it.
How's the any news on the pilot?
Oh, they have like reshoots to do, and they have to get more funding. And yeah. So no, not yet.
Thanks for nothing.
What was this for?
Well,
Network?
it's not like not gonna happen. It's just not happening yet.
Sounds to me like it's not going to happen. Sounds like they sold you a bill of sale.
This bill of sale's no good. There are no goods here. What are you selling?
Oh yeah.
Take time.
Yeah,
I don't
sounds
know.
like
I'm-
they.
I don't think it's all lost. We'll see how it goes. Ran out of funding. See how it goes.
Yeah.
Anybody have a spare 5 to 10 grand?
Yeah.
That's all they need, 5 to 10 grand.
I mean, it's a small,
Yeah.
small deal, and it's just some reshoots or not reshoots. Anyway,
Yeah, it doesn't sound real. Doesn't sound so promising.
well,
I,
yeah, it might fall flat on its face.
Or
maybe
Oh,
be
this
it
is for if
won't.
you have friends. You're supposed to do stuff with friends on this grant.
Mm.
Jesus Christ! I don't have friends. What the fuck?
you have to post before you can look at other people's stuff. And
What
I don't
site
have
is
any
that?
friends. Wait, are you on here, Grant? Can I add you as one
Great.
of my
Will you be
friends?
forced friends?
I'm not on there.
Oh, thanks for. Oh, I see. You got me on here.
Yeah. I know. I'm hip enough to know the things, but not hip enough to want to do them.
Well, I'm hip enough to do
You're
this shit.
Hip to be square.
Yeah.
Hip to be square.
Is that new Huey Lewis jam?
It is.
Yes.
It's not
It's a new-
exactly
it's a new one.
I feel
It's
like
a
when I
new one.
enter my birthday, it's gonna say I can't enter. Like I'm worried. It's gonna be like you're too.
No, it's new.
It is skewing quite young right now. I mean, that's really what it
I'm
is.
sure.
You know what I'm gonna do? I am going to do what I did on TikTok, and then I lost the account. I'm going to show people how to do stuff around the house. Because if it's a young crowd, I think that'll play.
Yeah.
It won't. It won't. Just so you know.
You
Always
Oh,
pissing on his
it
Cheerios, man.
Alright.
you lost your
It won't.
TikTok account?
I had a TikTok account that I started called Bauer's Tool Corner that I got like some really big view videos, at least for me. I don't know what big is. Yeah, I can pull it up now.
How many
but
times
like
you
King
electrocute
X's.
yourself on? Just curious.
Let's see, 122K, 243K. I'm sure it's not much compared to you, but these were like, I only posted like 12 videos, and I got a couple of like big ones.
Yeah.
Just me fixing stuff around the house. I think I'm gonna try that tomorrow.
Why did you stop doing it?
Because the account got locked and I couldn't get into it.
Because it took effort.
No, it wasn't really that much effort.
I'm just saying, like that. I mean, those are some nice numbers. Like that seems like it was worth it.
Well, I never was able to get back into it. I'm gonna bring it to the Be Real though.
I just love how you're like, I'm gonna bring it to that Be Real.
Hey,
Like,
hey, Lance, why go into something? You can go into something excited, or you can go into something not excited. And why the fuck would you ever want to go into it not excited?
But Be Real, you can't do video on Be Real.
What?
Only
It's pictures?
photos.
Oh, I am fucking out. This is stupid. Thanks for wasting my data.
Son of a bitch.
I'm out.
I said that earlier.
I thought it was like, well, you
I
said
do believe
it
you
shot
did,
this
yeah.
and this. I thought you meant it was like a video.
No, it's like a photo from your front and back camera at the same time.
Bullshit.
Bullshit.
You're already depressed. You're like, ah.
Hey, I had big dreams, Lance. I was
Thought he
gonna-
had something. It's going to be the
All
next
All right,
Atlantic
back to
City.
YouTube Shorts.
Back to YouTube short.
Oh, they actually broke it down. They gave like an example of what the payment might look like. And it's gonna look like well, it's starting monetizing soon. I'm signed up for it now. I just did it earlier today. That's actually why I left. I did like just a live reaction to the news, and it's I think it was they gave an example of what the pay breakout is going to be like on YouTube Shorts, and it was like 100,000 views would get 40-ish, round about that ballpark. At least in the example they gave there, because they actually put up some real numbers, which I thought was pretty cool.
Is that good?
I mean, I'm happy with it. I mean, I've had 3 videos, the YouTube Shorts, that hit 100,000, and the way I see it is, those right now are my home runs. And if I continue to take swings, I'm inevitably only going to get more home runs, and they'll eventually get bigger. So,
What were those videos that did so well on YouTube Shorts?
Apex Legends content, of course.
I think it was when you interviewed me at some convention. Right? That was probably your biggest hit.
That was the biggest one ever.
It was me being stoned on Apex Legends and doing stupid shit. And people loved it, man. Those were my 2 biggest days ever. I had 2 days where I got over 100 subscribers.
Yeah.
And it was just, I caught lightning in a bottle. That's when I started covering more video game stuff. And when and it's just, dude.
Well, I mean, the video game audience is a lot larger than the board game audience.
It is. And my personality, I think, fits better there. Like, and I'm, man, yeah, gets me excited.
Nice.
I'm very excited.
I can
Forrest,
tell.
you said
You sound
40
excited.
This
You
desk
said-
raised 2 inches.
Or she said 40. What did you mean? 40 cents? $40? 40
$40 for 100,000 views. At least that was the example they gave. So that might be complete pie in the sky. I honestly, that was higher than I was expecting. Because I know a lot of them get millions of views, but either way, I'm excited.
There you go, Forrest. Back to the YouTube Shorts.
Back to the YouTube Shorts,
See,
where the real
Lance?
money is.
He told you patience. He'd be a millionaire with this.
Hey, a lot of people are gonna make money on it, man.
20-year plan, Lance.
They want to take down TikTok. And here's the bottom line. If TikTok actually does get taken down, I mean, and YouTube's already got all these people, they're already integrated
Why do you
in
think
there.
TikTok is going to be taken down?
Well, I mean, Lance or Grant said it. I don't think it will, but I mean, I've heard other people say stuff about it because it's like owned by Chinese who's it was or something.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna go away, but the reality is anything in social media is ephemeral. So you
I don't
gotta
know what
take
that word is.
Well, you and your big words. You're so proud of yourself.
Sounds like a dry Euro game to me.
Yeah.
Ephemeral.
Look at my
2 to 4 players, 90
Whatever
minutes.
you do, don't puncture the ephemeral artery.
No, I
I
just
like
A
it.
little bit too highbrow there.
No, I like it.
I don't like
Medical
it.
medical
I don't
jokes.
get it. I don't like it.
So there's an
Um,
artery called the femoral artery, and there's a word called ephemeral.
Yeah,
Mm.
I know it actually. You guys hit on one of my biggest pet peeves.
Much better when you explain the joke.
Over explaining jokes.
No, one of my biggest pet peeves is when I use a word that is correct and everybody thinks I'm being fancy. No, I used the fucking right word.
What are you trying to say, Grant?
Grant, you don't
You trying to
Grant,
send a message to
please don't
somebody? in
swear.
this-
You don't work blue. You don't work blue, Grant. Come on.
Yeah, well, you hit me on my most
You're better than
annoying
that.
things that makes me annoyed.
No, he's not better than that.
Is that what
No,
grinds your gears?
You know what really grinds my gears?
Yeah, that is one of the things that grinds my gears.
I remember when I was like 12, because I was always like an honors student kid, one of those.
Oh, here
was
it
a-
comes. I was
well,
always getting
I was a dork.
honors students.
I was a big
and-
geek. I was a dork. And I didn't go out and hang out with people. I just stayed in and read my books or whatever. So it's an opportunity cost. So I was going over to meet my buddy. I was like 12, and my friend was like, now don't say anything smart. Don't embarrass me. Don't say anything smart when we go over there. I probably embarrassed him. I don't really remember. I just remember using big words was not okay.
That's
Well,
funny.
maybe you
Real,
shouldn't.
real short words.
Little short words, no bigger than mayonnaise.
Exactly. Well, that's a pretty long word.
You gotta
And
pull-
It's French, so that's actually pretty impressive.
Well, the English steals a lot of words. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The English language.
It's French, did you say?
Yeah, mayonnaise. It's French. It's one of their like 7 famous French sauces or whatever. There's béarnaise, mayonnaise,
Yeah.
hollandaise, yada yada.
Love me some mayonnaise.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
On fries. Oh yeah.
Wow.
Ick.
You guys ever made mayonnaise?
I did know a guy who did it. I think the Belgium eat it like that. I knew a guy who ate it like that.
I haven't
Fries and
I
mayonnaise?
loved it like that. Saw that nested a couple times.
He dip it in tartar sauce sometimes too.
I used to love tartar sauce.
You give me a sauce, I'm gonna dip French fries in. I don't care what the hell sauce is.
We'll give you your tartar sauce.
I got a thing on white sauces. We've discussed this before.
I suppose it's almost 1:30. I got Grant to swear at me. I guess the night.
You
It is.
pissed Grant off.
Your life is complete now.
Yeah, we've accomplished something. Grant, it's nice of you to come by, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might actually send you that copy of Ragnarok's now.
Even though I did a free video for the Kickstarter and you promised me a game.
Yeah, I
Oh
did.
yeah, me too. I didn't get it either, huh? What the-
Uh-oh. It's all coming due. It's all coming
David
due.
That's all we got time for, ladies and gentlemen.
Broken promises.
Send me after the Empire instead. Can I make that trade if you ever send me?
Oh, you want
Ragnaroks?
to trade you want to trade out the $40 game for the $150 game? Yeah, I
That's
can
what he's
see.
saying.
I'll take
yeah.
the retail version. I'll take the peasant version. I'm not asking for play mats, gold coins, knickknacks, paddywhacks.
Ooh, gold
Knickknacks and paddywhacks.
I just want to play it with someone who hates whatever mechanism it is and then
Oh,
makes
yeah.
a shitty video.
Oh
After I
yeah,
first
that was great. I love those. I love that. I invited my friend over who hates tower defense worker placement games with plastic components. Let's see what he thinks of after the
Did
Empire.
not like it. Did not
Boris,
like it. No,
Did
sir. Did not
Did
like
you
it.
notice before you invited him to come to play the game, or did he say this while you?
No. This was in the video. This was in the.
while you were playing the game.
Yeah, it was
That's when you
during.
figured it out.
Yeah.
Like, I can't believe
He can't
he's
help
saying
that.
he doesn't like it.
He can't help that.
Yeah,
Who
he
did
can.
that?
He could refilm it, but he can't help that.
No. You could invite people over that aren't going to be predisposed and not liking the game.
I'll start. I mean, I was a groomsman at his wedding, and I've known him for half my life. But yeah, sorry, man. I'm gonna stop inviting you to game night because of what you said about what the fuck. What was that? I don't remember what it is.
You don't even remember the game.
It was that one game with the very generic theme that was good.
Oh, the one game with the generic theme. Yeah.
It was the spell one. What was it, Lance? It was
Arcana Rising. I just thought,
Arcana
I
Rising.
don't like engine builders and drafting games, so let's go ahead and dive into this.
Yeah. Evan, why don't you send me your game? I'll do a video on it. I don't like tower
That's-
defense or them.
That's
You should
Lance's
ask.
job.
We should make sure we ask Evan to show his game off too. Just that's always nice.
I put After the Empire in my top 10 games. Of
Yeah, you did. I saw that.
2021.
Yeah.
I'm sure it is. It's just they don't appeal to me, the mechanism.
Yeah.
It's fair. It's fair.
Nah, it doesn't.
That's why Forrest should not invite you over to do that review.
I would
If I lived
specifically,
closer to you, I would.
if I ever, when the next time that I cross paths with Barry, I will specifically make sure we play that and then shoot at least a YouTube short if
I do
possible.
not like these.
And we're
mechanisms.
both going to be stoned and or drunk.
Now with that,
Oh my gosh. Ah, you people.
You people.
Hey Grant, how do you I've never really seen you say anything negative about a game. Is that kind of just your style?
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I've said that before. I email publishers and tell them I won't make content for the
Right.
game.
You
Yeah.
don't want me to make this video.
Yeah. I
'Cause
mean,
what I have to say won't be good. Yeah.
yeah, I tell people like I don't make negative content. I choose not to make. The only place that you will hear me do negative stuff is on my Patreon. I do a monthly newsletter as the lowest thing. And
Yeah.
I say, like, I even say it in there, like, this is the one place
Yeah.
you'll hear me, because I'll just give scores and little snippet for every game I played that month. I'll tell people like a 3-sentence little breakdown and an actual score. And so that's where, you'll see me give stuff 5 out of 10s and say why I
Yeah.
didn't like it and stuff like that.
Or the only place you can find out my real opinions is at the show. Go buy tickets.
Yeah.
It's at the show. You got to show up.
We'll put you behind a veil and everything.
But it is true. I mean, that was always my idea. That's why I called it Grant's Game Rex. I was like, I don't really
Right.
want to be a reviewer. I'm gonna
Yeah.
Right.
recommend games that I really like.
Yeah. That makes total sense. I think I was thinking the other day, because I'm an opinionated guy.
Mhm.
No.
I like to talk a little trash now and then. And I was like, man, I don't think I could be a reviewer. Like
Yeah.
as a designer, like I know how much it hurts when somebody's like,
Yeah.
somebody's like, this game sucks. It's like,
Oh, he's
"What
got an
does
idea."
it? I worked really hard on that, Like I know how much that
Sure.
hurts. So like I don't know if I could like bring myself to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get
you
it.
know? So
I mean,
like I think
that's-
if I was gonna do something, it would have to be like here's
And the
stuff I like.
The reality is I want games to succeed,
Yeah.
and so I would imagine that my score is a point higher than it would be if I didn't have anybody. If
Right.
something was like a 4 out of 10, I'm like, it's
That's
a
a
5 out of
five.
10.
It's a
Like I
five.
can kind of see what they were going for because I feel bad,
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that makes total sense.
yeah.
Because there's a few people that do straight up not recommendations, but like actual reviews with some positive and some negative, but
Yeah.
who also make games. I'm like, gosh, that's got to be a tough space.
Yeah. I mean,
But, people do it
You also have to
successfully,
take nothing, like you can't take it personally. Like I always worry about that a little bit, where I'm pitching games to publishers who are also like hiring me to make TikTok content and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I'm also mature enough to know that those are two separate things. And
Yeah.
if they don't like my game, that shouldn't have any bearing on whether I'm going to cover their games or not.
Right.
Right. I mean, it takes, it's one of those things where like in an industry of this size, bias is not removable.
Yeah.
It's just not. So to the extent that you can, you try to do your best and make a good call based on the things that you should make the call on. But you know people and you like people, and yeah.
And it honestly, it kind of sucks, like having I guess principles and that sort of stuff, because
that's not good for capitalism.
Well, I won't even make content about games I think are bad, even if they're paying me.
Right.
Like I've gotten to the point now where I say, don't pay me until I've had a chance to check out the game, because I've refunded a few people's monies because I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't recommend this to people.
Yeah.
Like I would feel like, to me, my credibility is important, because if somebody comes and watches one of my videos and buys that game and is like, this game sucks, why would they ever watch another video from me again? Like, it's not worth it.
Yeah.
So I happen to be someone that likes a lot of different things. I can like After the Empire and Chicken versus Hot Dog.
Right.
Like those couldn't be more different games. And so I try to, there are times where I'm like, yeah, maybe my personal taste didn't align with this, but I can totally see why people would really like this game. Then I'm still happy to make content for it. Or even, there are things where I'm like, I think there's like an interesting concept here,
Shit.
It's shit.
Yeah.
What's going on over there, Forrest?
Is it?
All right. I think I gotta go.
What are you doing? What's going on?
He took one too many hits.
I just did my first Be Real.
Oh, no.
I got it. I know I'm gonna Be Real board games. It's so easy.
Oh, no.
I'm gonna write what I think. I'm gonna make a face based on how I feel. And so the front will be the game, the back will be my face, and a very short, like 2-sentence review. And that's how we're gonna work this bitch.
I thought you took like just the extra puff to put you over the
I
edge.
thought there was something else going on there.
How do people find my Be Real, bro? How do I share the Be Real?
See what you did, great.
There's a discovery. I can just literally look at random people.
You've created a monster.
Oh, I wasn't trying to.
Wait, no, I clicked a button. I don't know what I'm doing. Damn it, I'm making another one.
Oh god.
The Kabuki Kid said something pretty funny like earlier. She was like, every single time Forrest comes on, he's like, it's like an episode of The Honeymooners. It's like, hey Norton, I got a new plan that we're gonna make $1 million.
What are you gonna do today, Brady?
We're gonna take over the world.
Great, you said
Get a bunch of cats and put them in burlap.
You said you did 22 games a month the last couple months, and you've been on the road. How the hell do you do that? I mean,
well, it's kind of gotten annoying that I normally, before all this, I was a guy that like never checked bags, and now I check bags. I bring 2 carry-ons and a big suitcase and check it, and bring like 10 games with me every time I'm traveling anywhere.
Games are not small.
No.
How do you find people to play the game with you, though? I mean, I guess backstage or something?
Sometimes when I'm traveling, I'll go into like a local game store, or I'll, convince friends that are on the road to play with me. I'll like, if I'm going to meet family,
Wait,
Okay.
this shows your location to people?
Ooh.
Yeah, bro.
Like you're saying, it says it's just my address. It's not like my straight up. All right, send it. Let's go. I gotta be real.
Yeah. That's what they say.
I love how you go into this shit.
Oh, so my face is on the upper left, so I need to position the picture.
No
down.
research, just I'm in or out.
All right.
I mean, you're figuring this out a lot faster than I would. I'm so bad with technology.
Yeah, I mean, you already know more about Be Real than I do for it.
All of these are kids. Every single one of them is like 15 to 23.
So you're just a creepazoid now.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah, it's
hey,
kinda
but
weird.
can I turn creepazoiding into some cash?
Yes.
That's the question. Can I make
Yes.
nickels off the Be Real?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Definition.
My pile of nickels. You judge my pile of nickels, Lance. My pile of nickels is about to include some YouTube short nickels too.
Forrest,
Nichols.
were you here when I told them, or maybe I didn't tell the story, but what they kept saying when they cast me for that little pilot thing?
What?
They kept saying the word cringe. Oh, it's so perfect. You're so cringe. It's perfect. You're cringe. And I was like, am I though? They're like, yeah, it's great. We love it. Just keep doing that. Keep doing that. I'm like, you told me to just be myself. Yeah, it's great. We love how cringe you are. It's great. I'm like, I'm not sure I know what that means, because it used to mean
It's a
like,
compliment.
it used to mean like scary, right? Like cringeworthy is like, "Oy."
Like awkward scare, like not like fearful scare, like
Not-
"Ugh."
No, yeah, but not like awkward, like adorably awkward, but awkward like,
Yeah,
don't invite
yeah.
that guy back.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
this situation's really weird. I hope someone else talks soon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And apparently, well, that's me, folks.
Could have told you that.
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah, you're so cringe. We love it. Keep doing that.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for my my wizard role in your
Hey
movie.
man, if I make a fantasy movie, you are a wizard.
You were a wizard.
Grant, Bard, obviously. Forrest,
Pound drunk.
Yep.
Dude,
Barry,
this
you're the
website is so
Barry, you're
weird.
the guild master who gives us our quests.
Oh yeah, I think I gotta do that.
All right, I'm going to bed.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
make you famous, Lance.
I believe it. I believe it.
All you're gonna have to do is sleep with me for one night.
Just
All
one
right.
night.
I'll
I
make
can
you
do.
famous.
I'll do some just friends spooning. That's fine.
Is that
Is it gonna be at least a fancy hotel room, or are you gonna be
Crazy
hotel
pit.
sex?
you remember what's that subplot? What movie is that with Bill Murray? The subplot with that
With Bill Murray.
Kingpin. Kingpin reminds me of Kingpin.
Oh gosh, I haven't seen that in forever.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
so good.
I think one of the small little nice things about Kingpin is when they're in the they're in like the Bill Murray's in like at the restaurant ever, and there's the girls over at the in the booth next to him, and he goes, "Hello," and then the one girl goes, "Hi," not you, you. He like actually tells the like one girl, "Hello." Just, but yeah, he's all right. Good night, everybody. See you next week.
Everybody.